Carrie? Gina.
Because.
Well, just Carrie and Gina.
Yeah.
Bill's sick. He's fine. He's just fine, but he's sick.
It's fine.
It's not COVID.
Because on this day, was he born or died on this day?
Remembering the brilliant Robert Palmer on what would have been his 74th birthday.
Oh.
What's your favorite track by Mr. Palmer?
That's one of them, for sure. That's a Power Station track. Power Station, a super group.
Yes. They only did the one album, right?
No, they had two.
Oh, they did two. That's right.
Had, of course, John Taylor and Andy Taylor from Duran Duran. Because Duran Duran took a break, and those guys did Power Station, and then Nick Rhodes and Simon Le Bon did Arcadia.
Yeah.
They
Bad choice, gentlemen.
They did. I go Power Station in that fight. For sure.
I would pick Power Station, definitely.
But interestingly, the drummer for Power Station was Tony Thompson from Chic.
Le Freak?
Yeah.
Say Chic?
And it reminds me, because I always bring things back to Dave Grohl, because that's who I am.
Yes.
In that a Cradle to Stage special he did, there's a clip in that where he's talking to Pharrell about, and Pharrell's going, you're just a great drummer. He's like, no, I'm not. I'm not a great drummer.
They were arguing with each other about whether Dave Grohl was not a good drummer, and Dave Grohl was saying,
I'm not. And he said, everything on that Nevermind album I stole from Tony Thompson.
Yeah.
From Chic. And Pharrell's like, what? And he starts drumming, and he's like, this is old funk disco. Mm-hmm. And Pharrell's like, oh my God, you're right. And then he told a story where he said, several years ago, I had a barbecue and somebody brought Tony Thompson to the barbecue. And he said, I went up to him and I said, I have to tell you, I owe my success to you because I stole my drumming technique from you. And Tony Thompson said, I know.
Yeah, I know. I'm used to it. Welcome to America. Y'all been stealing from us forever.
But Tony Thompson is not a name people know.
No, he's not. But if you look at a young Dave Grohl, when they're touring with Nevermind, he's committed.
Yeah.
So I'll give him points for that. Although the beard is a good choice, Dave, I'll say that.
He does not have a good chin.
No.
The beard.
The beard is needed and earned and deserved.
And they have Foo Fighters announced, I think on New Year's or somewhere close to that they're gonna start touring and performing again. I don't know who's gonna be playing drums.
That'll be exciting.
Hi, Katie.
Oh, hi, guys.
Katie. How are you?
Apparently, I'm not a super loud talker like Bill is.
I gotta get you.
Heyo.
Katie for short, will be helping us more on the air. She's always here, but she'll be
behind the scenes.
She'll be helping more on the air today. Bill, yesterday when we got finished with the show, and he'd been kind of not acting great during the show.
Well, he was clearing his throat during the whole show, and it was bugging me that I kept turning his mic off, which bugged him in return.
I gotta tell you, I don't know when the last time he cleaned his keyboard was,
Oh,
though.
gross. That would be never.
So
it would be
I just
whenever the
did.
last time you cleaned it, Katie. That's when
that's
it got
the last
cleaned.
time it got cleaned.
Right, that was probably 2020, so,
Yeah.
you know.
Long time ago, I used to clean it for him. Like, I would wipe down my area and then go, and after COVID, I'm like, nope, I'm just cleaning my own area.
I did the whole studios multiple different times.
Yeah,
so
I remember.
Now, he texted Katie this morning, and he said it's not COVID, but
he said he tested negative for COVID, but he's not feeling good, so he's going to take today off, but he's going to try and work from home tomorrow.
Oh, is that what he said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did he say what his symptoms are?
No.
Okay.
His symptoms were, I feel icky.
I was going to put it in, the websites.
Then that's cancer.
You're going to WebMD it?
I was going to WebMD it to see if he had...
Going to come back as cancer.
Not to see what kind of cancer is what I was curious about.
Right.
That's what I was curious about.
Doctor, give me the news. I got a bad case of loving you.
So, Robert Palmer.
So good. I'm sad he's gone.
Yep.
So good. Yeah, yeah, I guess we farted around about that. It's Dolly Parton's birthday today too. We could have done something with that.
Let me see. Let me see what we got here.
Because she spans all genres, and everybody loves Dolly, right?
Here we go.
Doesn't sound like Dolly.
Sure it is. Remember she said she wanted to do that rock album?
Who is this?
Me First in the Gimme Gimmes.
I like it.
Although we could do this. We could do...
What's that? That's Jack White.
Yeah, so that's White Stripes.
Yeah.
Now, one of my wife's favorites. An album I should have committed to memory, but I don't, because Sue listens to it a lot. Well, she used to. Not so much anymore.
What is it?
Here we go.
Cocaine flame in my bloodstream. Sold my coat when I hit school.
Well, no, this isn't a remake of... This is called Jolene.
What is that?
This is Ray LaMontagne.
Oh,
It's too late.
that's not Jolene.
That's not Jolene. Oh, come on, Cake. Get into it.
Just before Jolene
There we go.
smoothed her dark hair in the mirror,
That's not.
she folded the towel
That's
carefully
not
and
Donald's
put it
Jolene.
back.
That's not... Yeah,
That's a
not
different
even- It's a
Jolene.
different Jolene. Come on.
You can't have a song named Jolene and not have it be Dolly's Jolene.
Exactly.
Pick a different girl name.
Yeah.
There's a million of them.
Margine.
Margie, yeah.
Janine.
Janine.
Wow, you guys are good at this.
Anyway. Well, been doing it a little too long.
Just coming up with those names that quickly, I definitely wouldn't have done that.
Eugene. It could be about a guy.
There you go.
All right. Well, let's begin so we can end. 877-602-9696 if you have a mind to check in, or 33986 if you wish to text your check-ins in our next break. Also coming up, big boy news and some geek news for you as well. All of that on the way, and, of course, Gina's traffic reports.
Or Katie's traffic.
My traffic
Katie's,
reports.
yes,
Yeah.
all right. BigOTires.com.
They've got the sale going on. Buy 3, get 1 free on Nexen, Aspen, GTA's tires. That goes on through the 29th of January. And I got new tires recently. Mm-hmm. The confidence you feel driving in the bad weather we've had after you get new tires.
Oh, please.
It's so nice.
No, the tires on my car have a better tread than the tires on my wife's car. And I took my wife's car out for a spin, a literal spin.
It makes
the
a
other day.
difference.
It does make a difference. And it's funny because when we talk about specific brands of tires, there are some people who their eyes glaze over. Mm-hmm. No, there are brand tire nerds.
Oh, sure.
You know, just
We're
like...
a Michelin family. We only get Michelin tires.
And that's why Big O carries all of the tires, so that they can cater to all of you tire nerds out there.
You can make an appointment for tires or for other maintenance your car might need. Just go to BigOTires.com. They have over 50 locations you can choose up from. Big O Tires, the team you trust.
Carrie.
And now, a morsel of murder with Gina Barberi. Radio from Hell on X96.
A British man, they have murder there too.
Murder?
Special murder there.
A British
It seems fancier because
Yeah.
it has an accent.
a British man has been found guilty of murdering his friend following an argument about being woken up.
What?
Jimmy Moore, age 33, died after he was stabbed repeatedly by Robert Crabtree. On the morning of Saturday, the 25th of September, the victim had been to the address to pick up Crabtree's brother for work, but he was not in, police said. Crabtree, 33, was convicted following a trial and will be sentenced on the 9th of September. His brother Ryan, 30, was convicted of perverting the course of justice after he helped cover up evidence. Essex police said Mr. Moore had thrown stones at a bedroom window trying to wake up his friend that he was supposed to pick up.
Okay, like you do.
However, the brother was not home, and after shouting at Mr. Moore, Robert Crabtree armed himself with a knife and confronted him. Mr. Moore was stabbed repeatedly, and when he fell to the floor was stabbed again before he managed to stagger back to his car, police said. He started driving away before collapsing at the wheel. Police were called and officers found Mr. Moore in his car and said he died at the scene. In his first interview to police, Mr. Crabtree claimed that Mr. Moore was the aggressor and it was only after he was assaulted that he went to get a knife. Ryan Crabtree claimed Mr. Moore was armed with mole grips. I don't know what those are.
Mole grips.
And had threatened his brother. However, police said CCTV footage did not show Jimmy with anything in his hands when the attack took place. That CCTV's everywhere, by the way. You can't get away with anything.
Yeah.
Ryan Crabtree was convicted after he helped his brother clean blood from the driveway and turned off their CCTV camera after the attack to limit available evidence. A deputy said perhaps what's most galling is that the dispute was over which Jimmy Moore lost his life was so innocuous, he just was trying to wake up his friend to take him to work. I told you I'd give you a ride to work.
Mole grips are like vice grips.
Oh. It's British murder.
Is that it?
Yeah.
No,
Isn't that enough?
My brother-in-law
Morsel.
is going to be involved in a murder podcast, I bet.
Really?
Yeah. He's from South Africa, and he was a lawyer in South Africa. He worked for an organization that was like the ACLU here. And he and another attorney, a woman in another office, got onto this case, and it was somebody was murdering children, and it was a serial killer, and murdered 35 children, shot them. And my brother-in-law and this other lawyer kind of broke the case, apparently. And he just got a call from the BBC. Now, this happened many years ago.
BBC. Yeah.
But it's still a notorious, crime in South Africa. And the BBC called him and said, would you be interested in participating in a podcast about that?
The Beeb.
And I said, are you going to do it? And he said, well, yes, I think so.
Why not?
Yes.
Murder?
No, he has a...
No?
He has a South African accent, which I can't replicate.
I can't do a South African.
Yeah. It's not British, but it ain't English either.
It's something foreign.
Yeah, you can tell he's a foreigner.
All right. Let's get this over with.
Let's Let's see. Brought to you by?
Yeah, become a nurse in just 32 months at Nightingale College, blending online classes and on-ground supervised field experience, virtual college, actual nursing. Start your nursing journey at nightingale.edu. Now accepting enrollments for summer semester.
The moon is a waning crescent moon. The sun will come up today at 7:48 a.m. and then go down at 5:29 p.m. And it is Thursday, the 19th day of January in the year of our Lord 2023. And this is the Radio from Hell show with some of the lords of morning radio. Carrie Jackson, not Bill Allred. It's not COVID.
No.
Me, Gina Barberi. Katie for short is going to be helping us out on the air this morning. And that means extra work for our good friends Dawson and Cameron Diaz in the producer's booth. When you call in, 877-602-9696, that's who you'll be talking to in there. Mm-hmm. And then they'll put you through to us for check-ins.
So, yeah, check in if you have a mind to 877-602-9696. Taking a look at the show today. We got, of course, a boner of the day coming up. Mm-hmm. In our next break, we got news and geek news for you. At 7 o'clock, Troy Williams from Equality Utah is going to be calling in.
There's unfortunately several bills up at the Utah State Legislature dealing with LGBTQ issues, and they're nasty. And Troy's fighting the good fight.
Yeah,
so.
He's going to explain to you what these actually do as opposed to what the legislature is telling you that they will do.
Right.
And then how we can try to help, try to fight back. Victoria from Real Housewives of Salt Lake.
We're not talking about the Real Housewives of Salt Lake this time,
because they took a week off.
Yeah, before their reunion.
Suspicious
Is what she told me yesterday.
Suspicious time.
But she's watching another show that we don't want to watch. So.
And it's sad that Bill's not here because he was
interested.
He was excited about MILF Manor. And,
so bad.
Because the closest I come to any of these shows is Survivor. That is the closest I come to any of these types of shows, which are all the shows now.
I've still never watched Survivor.
Ever? You've never seen any of it?
No. My family was never a Survivor
You've
family.
had like 40-something seasons.
Say,
I'm a CSI Miami person. That was what I watched at nights.
Okay.
Let's see. We've got some text. Do we have any phone call?
Not yet.
Okay. Let's see. Meg, the manager, she works up in Park City, so she has a PSA. Dear Sundance volunteers, workers, and attendees, do not park in the Walgreens parking lot.
Oh.
Literally connected to Sundance headquarters. We will tow. Please, please don't.
Uh-oh.
Chef Roy checking in. Good morning. Have a great day.
Here's a text. I just spent 20 minutes at a car wash spraying a 6-inch slab of ice off of my husband's truck so I can drive about 5 miles on the freeway. Thank you for the daily reminder.
Teacher Emily checking in. Starting The Great Gatsby today with the juniors. Are you going to watch the Leonardo DiCaprio movie at the end? Do they get that treat at the end?
That's a treat?
I don't know.
I would think so, but I like dumb movies.
Johnny B checking in, listening while loading my new radiant heat boiler in the truck.
That sounds like a two-person job.
Yeah. We got rid of our radiant heat when we moved in because it was smelling.
Let's see. Somebody says Utah House Education meeting at 2 o'clock today to hear the school voucher bill.
Ugh.
That will give up to $8,000 per student to attend private school. If available, everyone attend this meeting virtually or in person at the Capitol. Tell legislators how you feel. Utah voters have voted down school vouchers many times.
Yes.
Now, they're not calling it school vouchers. They're calling it an education savings account. If we call it something different.
If we don't call it what it is.
Taking money away from public schools.
Yeah, you guys might like it because it sounds better. It's the same.
And this bill would benefit me personally. I have kids in private school.
Yeah.
That means I would get $16,000 a year to send them to private school. And you would think I would be for that. No, I am not for that.
No. And we're not against school choice. You have a choice to go to any school you want.
Of course you do.
You'll pay for it. All right? Morning, Annie from Orthopedics, headed to St. Mark's for a 10-hour shift.
Yeah.
Oh, good luck, Annie.
Bookbinder Corbin, the whole family woke up with pink eye. Hooray
Whoa.
for little boys filled with viruses.
Whoa.
And if you have multiple kids, it will just keep
That's not
circling
surprising,
through
yeah.
the house.
Now, even growing up on a farm, we never had a problem with pink eye.
Really?
Yeah. And on the rare occasion that we did, Dad would whip out the shot needle and give you what he gave the cows.
So you made sure to wash your hands so that didn't happen?
Yes. Let's see. Yeah, we're heading up to Sundance, so thanks for that heads up on that.
Next week, yeah.
Let's see.
Lunch lady Katie,
Oh, what is it?
French toast sticks and sausage for lunch today.
As good as your mom's.
Still better than things that I had when I was in lunch in middle school. Middle school was terrible lunch. Can I tell you that? We had no good lunches.
High
in my
school
middle
lunch
school.
is good lunch, but middle school
Oh, well,
not
high
so
school
much?
lunch was off campus lunch.
Oh, okay.
7-Eleven beef and bean burrito.
We had a Wendy's actually just around the corner.
That was handy.
You
Yeah, it
had
was.
a Wendy's.
Although you didn't get chicken nuggets there. 'cause
I did.
You
this
did?
Was, this was before I found out I was allergic to
Oh.
chicken, so it was always chicken nuggets. And then I had a film and literature class right after lunch, so I would just take all of my food to class, and we just watch movies. That's all it
That's
was.
school.
It was great.
Okay.
Great high school.
The MILF Manor idea was stolen from the MILF Island show on 30 Rock,
Which was a joke.
which was a joke, but these people are serious.
Yeah, I hope they're paying Tina Fey royalties for that.
She better sue him. Transpo Lindsay checking in from Vegas, driving back to the cold Salt Lake tomorrow.
I don't think it's that much warmer in Vegas, is it, Lindsay?
Yeah, what's the temperature?
It's like in the 40s, I think.
It's a little chilly. Little chilly. Traffic, Gina, please.
How about Katie?
How about me?
Or Katie,
I've
yes,
got
sorry. I'll
traffic.
get used to that by 9 o'clock.
Yeah, exactly. At the moment, there are no crashes on the roads right now. Everything is green and looking good. I'm not seeing any problems or slowage. So your traffic is covered and things are looking right now. Although it is a little icy out there, so slow down. It's cold. Take it easy and give yourself distance behind another car. That's traffic for you.
All right. Thank you very much. We will take a break. We will be back in our next break with Big Boy News and Opinioendo and Geek News, all coming up. Stand by.
And now, it's time to play the game that super freaks everywhere want to play. It's Beat Gina. You try to match wits with a very kinky girl, the kind you don't take home to mother. Yes, she waits in room 714 with incense, wine, and candles. It's such a freaky scene. And now, here's your Beat Gina host. He's the kind of guy you do take home to meet your mother. He's all right. He's all right. He'll never let your spirits down.
No.
Carrie Jack Jackson.
Oh, thank you, Johnny. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you. 877-602-9696 is the number to call to play Beat Gina. And today, it's easy trivia. Come on. I mean, really.
I
What is
haven't
the
ever
topic?
seen
You've not
Pineapple
seen
Express.
You've not seen the movie Pineapple
Your
Express.
chances of winning are very good.
All
I
right.
haven't seen it either. I don't even. It's about people delivering pineapples.
No.
It's a weed comedy from
Yeah.
Seth Rogen.
Really?
Yeah.
Not Seth Rogen.
Yes, I know, right? 877-602-9696, Pineapple Express, released on this day in 2008. And I believe we do have a contestant on the line. Is that correct, Katie?
We do. It's going to be Kyle.
All right, let's go to Kyle. Kyle is your contestant for Beat Gina. Hello, Kyle. How are you?
Hi, guys. How are you doing?
All right.
Good.
Kyle, your chances of winning are increased if you win the coin toss, because that means you get to go first. Heads or tails? Call it.
Tails.
Tails. All right, let's see what we got here. It is heads. I'm terribly sorry, Kyle. That means Gina goes first. She does have an advantage now. This first question is hers alone to answer. If she gets it correct, she gets the point. If not, Kyle, you get a chance to answer it and steal the point away. We'll go back and forth and do that until somebody reaches 3 points, thank God. All right. Let's see. Here's your first question, Gina.
Yes.
What famous 80s band sang the theme song to the movie Pineapple Express?
Okay.
Is it A, Level 42, B, Kaja Gugu, C, Huey Lewis and the News, or D, the Blow Monkeys?
I don't think Digging Your Scene was. Let's go.
Sorry.
Let's go with Huey Lewis and the News.
Wow. And you've never seen this movie?
No,
huh?
I have not.
Wow, that is
I
correct.
think that was a very educated guess. All right, it's 1-0 in favor of Gina, that super freak. And now, let's go to Kyle.
All right, Kyle. Which actor spent all day on set duct taped to a chair? Which actor? Was it A, Dylan McDermott, B, Dermot Mulroney, C, Craig Robinson, or D, Danny McBride?
D, Danny McBride.
Wow, very good, Kyle, very good.
Kyle's got a point. It's tied up. Gina controls the question.
Kyle's got a point.
Kyle, you have a point.
All right.
He has a point.
Gina, what does Saul wear on his head for most of the movie?
Okay.
What does Saul wear on his head for most of the movie? Was it A, a headband, B, a scarf, C, a MAGA hat, or D, a face mask?
On his head. Headband.
Headband is correct.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. I told you it's easy trivia. Come on.
Not
It's
too-
2-0. Gina leads, but now Kyle has a chance to tie the game.
All right, Kyle. Let's see here. Let's find a good, easy story. Okay. What kind of car does Red drive? What kind of car? Was it a Daewoo Luganza, B, a Daewoo Lanos, C, a Daewoo Thanos, or D, a Daewoo Spirocheat?
B.
B, a Daewoo Lanos? That is correct.
Yes.
It's 2-2. The game is knotted up in a tense game.
I'm
Gina,
so tense.
Gina controls the question. We'll wake her up and see if she can win the game.
All right. Gina,
Yeah.
what song are they rocking out to as Dale is serving zucchinis at the beginning of the movie? What song is
Okay.
playing as a series of zucchinis are being served? What song is
Okay.
it? Is it A, Donald Trump is the president? Donald Trump is the president. Is it A? Is it B, Butterfly Kisses? C, We Are Family? Or D, Electric Avenue?
Oh, I would love it to be Butterfly Kisses, but I'm going to say Electric Avenue.
Is Electric Avenue? Oh,
Because
my.
because there's nothing subtle about Pineapple Express.
No. No.
Well, Kyle,
Oh,
we're terribly
Kyle.
sorry you've not won any prizes from us because you've been beaten by
No,
the kind of girl that you don't take home to mother,
Oh.
the kind
No.
of girl that is all right, that's all right with me. Yes, she's a super freak.
Now, Johnny, wouldn't a freaky thing for me to do would be to give a prize to someone that lost
Well-
to me? Wouldn't that be a freaky thing to do to
That
give
would be-
Kyle that Radio from Hell beer T-shirt?
That would be unprecedented.
It's never happened.
Kyle, you won the T-shirt and the tote bag. How about that?
Oh, perfect. That sounds great.
Well,
It is
Kyle,
perfect.
I think it's completely fitting and in keeping with the movie Pineapple Express that losers win.
Yes, we're
Yeah.
rewarding people for their losing behavior. 6:38, and that reminds me that Troy Williams will be here just after 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
To explain what the legislature is really trying to do, as opposed to what they're telling you they're trying to do.
And how you can help. Because
Yes.
you, believe it or not, you do have some power. If you find out who your legislator is and you
Here's
contact them and let them know how you feel.
Listen, I love having Troy on the show. I wish I was having him in to talk about comic books.
Sure.
Instead, we got to talk about this stuff. The thing you need to do is stop voting for these damn people. That's the problem. Then I can have Troy on and we can talk about comic books.
We can have some fun.
Yeah. Anyway, we do have Geek News coming up. Stand by for that. But first, Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by...
Do you owe 10K or more in back taxes, multiple unfiled years? Contact McClure and Stewart for free consultation. Go to McClureandStewart.com today.
Well, other things are going on up at the Utah State Legislature. State Senator Mike McHale introduced legislation to end gas chamber euthanasia in Utah's animal shelters.
Oh,
Yes.
This is a good thing.
okay.
During a news conference Wednesday to bring more attention to the issue, he had celebrity reinforcement. Utah's own Katherine Heigl from Grey's Anatomy and Knocked Up. And she's a proud Utah resident and animal lover. And she said, I think as Utahns, we are better than this. We should treat animals better than this. The bill, named the Animal Shelter Revisions, mandates that shelters use euthanasia by injection that requires shelters to create policies and training for euthanasia procedures as well as documentation of the training. Now, of course, we would love to get to the point where we don't have to do this
Exactly.
at all.
Yeah.
Have your pet spayed and neutered, as Bob Barker always told you.
And our friend Amy Donaldson was telling us last week that the shelters and foster care systems
full.
are just...
And that's the same everywhere right now.
They're bursting at the seams.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people got those pandemic puppies that they didn't think through.
Yeah.
And
It's not a puppy. It's a lifetime commitment.
It is.
It is, yeah. And I have two, and they're the best things in the world.
well,
so.
you are Katie is actually a really good, responsible
Thank
pet
you.
owner. 'Cause
Thank you.
She takes care of her animals. She trains her animals.
Yeah, I
she
do.
brings Vax in here every day. He's a very well behaved dog because she's taken the role of pet ownership seriously, and so many people.
Well, and it's about their safety. Like, training is about just their safety mainly.
Yeah.
Because if they're not trained, they're going to get hit by a car or something. So.
And I'm going to make friends saying this. People put as much thought about getting a dog as they do about getting a kid.
Hey,
And the
I'm in. I agree.
the thought about having a kid is usually, well, I want to see what you and I would look like if we were merged, you know,
Ew.
or I need someone to take care of me when I'm old and dying.
No.
That's as much thought as goes into it. And the same with dogs. People go, I want a dog. Oh, you do? Have you thought about that? Yes, I want a Labrador. You live in an apartment.
No.
You know, you just
Oh,
don't-
but they're cute.
Oh, they're adorable.
Instagram tells me these are the cute.
If you want a dog and you're living in an apartment, be ready to make sure you take them out every 2 hours or so.
And you live in an
I
apartment.
do live in an apartment complex.
It's a pain in the neck,
It
isn't
is,
it?
but luckily my apartment complex is so dog friendly. We have our own dog park, which really needs to be kept up better. But I also take them on walks consistently, and you know they are my children, and that's why I spoil them.
Person I know who's single, you know, just divorced, single. Said, I think I'll get a dog. I said, are you sure? Because you're going to be dating.
Yeah,
I think maybe you get a cat.
yep,
You can leave a cat alone for quite some time.
yeah.
Get a cat. Oh, I don't like cats. Then don't get a pet.
No.
No.
You know?
Or a fish. How about a
Get a
fish?
fish. Yeah.
Get something that's not dependent of you.
Exactly.
That's something that can be independent away from you, like cats can.
yeah.
I've decided I don't call what I do with Riley walks anymore.
Oh,
God bless her. She needs exercise, and so do I, and we don't get it because what we go out on are sniffs.
oh. So
There
she
is
just
no-
sniffs all the time.
There is no increased cardiac activity at all.
Slow sniffing.
I mean, like every single, not just trees,
Oh yeah.
everything.
Yeah.
Piles of snow. What is in that
Lucy's
pile
the
of
same way.
snow?
Lucy is the same way.
And I'm like, I need to get my heart rate up, and we aren't moving.
See,
She
Vax is my runner. He's
I-
willing to go running with me. He'll do those things.
Gina, that dog knows you.
She's perfect for
She's
me.
your soulmate, yeah.
It
She
says,
is perfect for
heart
me.
rate. Huh, funny. All right.
But we're outside.
Let's just plop along a little bit here, Raleigh.
This is a strange story. British actor Julian Sands
Yeah, what's up with this?
is one of 2 hikers missing in the mountains of Southern California amid the recent winter storms, officials from San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department said. Sands was reported missing by family on Friday in the area of the San Gabriel Mountains outside of Los Angeles. Authorities separately are searching for another hiker, so I guess they weren't together. These are 2 separate people, who was also reported missing on Monday. 65-year-old Sands is said to be in good health, but the Sheriff's Department warned Wednesday that the recent snowy, windy, icy weather on Mount Baldy could challenge even a more experienced hiker.
Oh, yeah.
Julian Sands, he was in...
He's in a lot of stuff. He's mostly remembered as in one of 2 movies that I walked out of.
Oh.
What?
He was in Boxing Helena.
Oh, that was terrible.
Yeah. He's a good actor.
Yeah.
He is, but I couldn't take it.
He's been in a million things, A Room with a View, Phantom of the Opera. You'd recognize him if you saw him.
He's a good actor. He's got this great face.
Police are tracing his phone, trying to find out if they can find him that. But he's been gone for days. So
Really?
That's
not good.
No, not good. Let's see. You saw the video of, I bet you saw it, of that San Francisco antiques dealer whose gallery was...
Yes, he was hosing the woman down.
He's been arrested.
Good.
Collier Gwynn, 71, was arrested on a misdemeanor battery charge. Police said he was booked in late Wednesday afternoon into a San Francisco County jail, where he's being held on $2,500 bail. A nearby business owner recorded a video of Gwynn, and like I said, I think we all saw it, spraying a woman on the sidewalk. This homeless woman.
Yeah.
And he just has this smug, jerky look on his face.
And he doubled down. When confronted, he doubled down on it because the internet finds people these days. Mm-hmm. And he was standing in front because the gallery that he worked at is next to a pub or a restaurant of some kind. And he was standing in front of the pub. So everybody was attacking the pub and calling up the restaurant. It
wasn't them. He owns a gallery.
Yeah.
And his gallery had been vandalized like the day before, and he was trying to clean it up from that, and he was angry about that. And it wasn't this woman's fault.
Yeah, look, I get the frustration that you're having, but this is a person.
Don't treat people. If she's really bothering your business, you call the police and ask them. But he said when he was interviewed about it a couple days ago, he's like, "Well, I've tried calling the police before, and they come and pick them up, and then they're right back here a day late." And I get it. That's frustrating having people camping out in front of your business, but that's not, you don't.
This is a person, and you're hosing them down.
Yeah. Katie, I don't know if you were going to do any sports, but I'll do this story quickly.
Sure.
If University of Utah winds up playing for the 3rd straight Pac-12 championship in 2023, it will have earned it. They released their schedule yesterday. It's a tough schedule. They're going to play 5 conference teams that all ranked in the AP Top 25 earlier this month. They'll be going to USC to play them on the road. Washington coming here. Utes are hosting Oregon. The Huskies. It's a tough schedule, but it's out. If you want to make your plans, you can do it already. Florida will be here, which will be hard, but it will be a fun game, and we owe them one. Let's just say that.
What are you saying?
Well, because they were the first game last season, and we went to Florida, and we lost in the first game.
We lost,
which we should have won. But.
Well, we need to win this one then.
Do you have a Jazz score or anything for us, Katie?
Yeah, I actually do. I pulled this up just
Sports
today.
weather traffic.
Yesterday, the Jazz beat the Clippers 126 to 103. I'm so not used to the very high scoring games. The Jazz play the Nets tomorrow at 7 p.m. So that'll be a fun game, and then they've got more going on through the rest of the week. So there's Jazz. And speaking of NBA, an NBA champion, former Celtics coach Chris Ford, he died at 74.
Oh.
Yeah, just kind of some things. And now Tom Brady fans are officially photoshopping his head onto other teams' uniforms. that's a thing nowadays because he's not going to the Super Bowl. So there's your sports for you.
All right.
Weather, we're sitting at about 27 right now. We're going to get a nice high of about 34 today, and we could get some storms. We got a 35 to 40% chance this afternoon and evening for some snow. So we'll see how that goes. But it is going to be pretty chilly, so keep your eyes out for that, and very cloudy. And then traffic, just a quick refresher. If UDOT works really well, there we go. Okay. There is a crash on ramp I-80 westbound at milepost 123 on the I-15 junction. The right shoulder is closed, and that's not going to be cleared until about 7:30, so please go around that and avoid it as best as you can. Otherwise, that is the only crash that UDOT is telling me about, and everything else looks pretty green and clear and running well. So if you see something that I am not seeing, please let me know at 33986, as long as it is safe for you to text. That is traffic.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's see. We got Geek News now, brought to you by
Haster Games will be holding a special pre-release event for the Magic Set Phyrexia? Something like that.
Sometimes Haster has a hard time putting...
No, Cthulhu Bob does this. He does this to make us squirm. He'll
I think
throw
he
us something
that we just know, and we don't know.
No, he knows that we don't, and that's why he does it.
Anyways, if you know how that's pronounced, please let me know. All will be won February 3rd and 4th. You may pre-register at the store or online at hastergames.com.
All right, thanks. All right, here we go. Let's see. Gotta love my Disney Plus for things like this. The Mandalorian Season 3. Let's take a look, shall we? I think you'll like this. All right.
Our people are scattered, like stars in the galaxy. What are we? What do we stand for?
Yes. March 1st, when this
Being a
debuts.
Mandalorian's not just learning about how to fight. You also have to know how to navigate the galaxy. That way, you'll never be lost.
Now, you may notice that Grogu is back.
Okay.
Because at the end of Season 2, Grogu was gone. Grogu was sent away to be with his own people.
Well, what happened?
Well, you missed the Book of Boba Fett, clearly.
Oh, they address it?
Yes.
Oh.
I may be forgiven for my transgressions.
May the Force be with you!
This is the way.
Of course, you recognize the voice of Pedro Pascal.
There's something dangerous happening out there. And by the time it becomes big enough for you to act, it'll be too late.
He's in everything now.
Well, he had a big weekend.
Yes, he did.
Yes.
Hang on, kid.
You get to see the good-looking Pedro Pascal in that The Last of Us show. And this one, not so much. You get to hear him.
This is the way.
So it's Mandalorian Season 3. Like I said, if you're wondering why suddenly Grogu is there, you ignored the Book of Boba Fett at your own peril.
You need to go back and catch up?
Here's a little bit of homework for you for Season 3. You've got until March 1st, so here you go. What you need to do, first of all, is go to the animated series Rebels. And maybe before you go there, go online and search The Siege of Mandalore.
Okay.
All right? And you watch, I think it's like
I'm
good
taking notes
episodes,
right now.
5 or 6 good episodes of
Okay.
Rebels that'll help you understand.
And that's an animated series?
It's an animated
Okay.
series. And then some of these characters that are in The Mandalorian are in the animated series.
okay.
You know, like the Katie Sackhoff character, for example. So do your homework with Rebels, then go and watch the last season of Book of Boba Fett.
Already did that. We're good.
And that'll explain where Grogu is, where he's been, how he got back, all of that. And then you'll be set for Mandalorian Season 3. I know it sounds like homework, but it really isn't.
It's worth it.
It's worth it.
You want to get the full enjoyment.
I love it. So
But Pedro Pascal had a big weekend. He, The Last of Us, had a huge premiere.
yeah, it did.
Isn't it like 98% Rotten Tomatoes or
Oh,
something?
yeah. People are loving this. And I have to say, it was an impressive Episode 1 debut.
So I'm glad to hear this from you because I thought we had a little post-apocalyptic zombie fatigue.
There
but
was.
You're saying
these guys have figured out a new angle.
Okay.
They've got a new angle on it, and it works out extremely well. 4.7 million cross-platform viewers on Sunday night, according to Nielsen. That figure trails only House of the Dragon's nearly 10 million among HBO series premieres in the past decade plus. Other than the Game of Thrones prequel, the last HBO that opened a night like that was Boardwalk Empire.
That was a long time.
Wow,
That was a while ago, 4.81 million. So, they count when you watch it and how you watch it.
Okay.
So if you really want to support the show,
Watch it right away.
You'll watch it as it's broadcast on HBO.
Okay. Deal. I'll do that.
Or at least watch it as soon as you can, like within 24 hours on a streaming service or on your DVR even.
It's good to know about
They
this.
count that DVR too?
They know all this stuff. They know the day, how many days.
Well, they should because it matters. That shows the popularity of something. If people are going to the trouble of seeking it out and watching it.
So if you support the show, any show, not just this one, any show, and you have it on your DVR, watch it within 3 days. And then that will count as good ratings to them.
Okay.
Sweet. Okay.
Right.
Good to know.
Another trailer for you. This one, we went from one really good one to this one.
Are you warning us away
I'm just
from
warning
this?
you. When The Flash ends this season, the DC CW universe, as we've known it for more than a decade, will be no more. But they're not done with your DC stuff. And this one, I think, will last at least a season because James Gunn has to now approve everything. This was already in the can before James Gunn got the job. But it's...
Theft, grand larceny, assault. Are you really the Joker's daughter? Is that why you murdered Batman?
Is that why you murdered Batman?
I am gonna find who did this.
With no Batman, who's gonna solve the murder of Bruce Wayne?
So what you want in a Batman show is
Killed my dad because I wanted his money?
no Batman show, I guess. Name of the show is Gotham Knights, not to be confused with the extremely popular video game that is out right now, which Attorney Mike has been begging me to play with it. As I said, I'll be Batgirl, sure, why not?
A sidekick. Anybody want to give me a crash course on being vigilante?
So this is the series that will be focusing on Damian Wayne, Bruce Wayne's biological son, as he tries to solve his father's murder
Their most wanted fugitives.
with help from, as he said, wanted fugitives. The Joker's maybe daughter?
Well, this sounds like it could be good. No?
It could be, but it's awfully CWE angsty, and that's the only concern I have with it. Now, it's got my favorite Robin in here, Carrie Kelly,
Okay.
who's from The Dark Knight. It's March 14th. If you're looking to scratch your Batman itch, is that a way to put that? Should I put that someplace?
No, that works. Sure.
Some other way. And finally, this national treasure, Julia Louis-Dreyfus.
Yes, we love her.
Who plays Contessa Valentina Allegra de la Fontaine in the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
She does.
They're getting ready to go into production very soon on Thunderbolts, which is like the bad guy version of the Avengers.
Okay.
And she's the Nick Fury of that.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. And she told Marvel, I want to fight.
She wants to fight?
She wants to fight. She says, I pitched it. I told Marvel, I really, really want to fight. We'll
Let her
see if
do
it
it.
happens. I haven't seen the script yet, but by God, let that woman fight.
She can do anything.
She can. She is amazing.
Another refresher on traffic really quick. Everything looks pretty good, but the crash on the on-ramp of I-80 westbound and the junction of I-15 is the right lane or right shoulder is still closed in Salt Lake County, so please go around that on the left side. It's not going to be cleared until about 7:30, so it's going to take some time. Slowage is bound to happen, so be aware of that. And it's going to be a little slickery out there. It's cold, so try and give yourself some space in between the cars in front of you. And that is brought to you by Cold Flu. Cold flu season is here. Boost your immunity now with Prime IV Riverwoods. Get a hydration drip. That's so hard. Vitamin C with zinc and B12 drip for just $79 introductory offer. Get your current offers on their Facebook page at Prime IV Riverwoods or call 385-383-6291.
All right, Bill is hiking with Julian Sands, and so he's not here. People are asking where he is.
He's sick today. Not COVID. He's just not feeling well.
But we are going to call Troy Williams right now and
Yes,
get
we
him
are.
on the line. Troy Williams, our old friend from Equality, Utah. He's going to explain about
There's many bills, actually.
the deeds that are happening up on Capitol Hill right now that affect us and our friends.
Yep.
So stay tuned for that. KXRK Provo.
Hi, this.
Hello?
Carrie? It's Bill. I don't think I can make it into work this morning.
Bill, it's 2 a.m. What the hell's the problem? Wait a minute. You're not staying up all night watching Mary Tyler Moore on Nick at Night again, are you?
Yeah. Mayor has such a great job. She works with such fun people. I just can't make it in to do the show today unless,
Unless what?
well, if you call me right back, I could probably make it in.
Fine. I'll call you right back.
Hello.
Mary, this Lou Grant.
Oh, Mr. Grant. Mr. Grant, it's 2 o'clock in the morning.
I know what time it is, Mary. I looked at the clock the minute I ran out of scotch. Mary, I need you to do something for me for this morning's production meeting.
Really, Mr. Grant? Anything.
I need you to come in early and make coffee for the TV station brass.
Coffee, Mr. Grant.
And I need you to sharpen up a bunch of pencils, too.
Mr. Grant,
And I want you to present your idea for that WJM News Magazine show that you want to do.
Eye on Minneapolis? Really, Mr. Grant?
Really, Mary? And I'm going to tell the station owner that Mary Richards is the best associate news producer I've ever worked with.
Oh, Mr. Grant.
So I'll see you at the station bright and early, Mary?
Yes.
Good night, Mary.
Goodbye, Mr. Grant.
Who was that, Bill?
There is no Bill. There's only Mary. I'm sorry I woke you, Ted.
Oh, God. That's all right, Mary. Say, Mayor, I was thinking about that Eye on Minneapolis show that I'm going to anchor. Why couldn't we call it Ted Baxter's Eye on Minneapolis?
Ted, I don't think Mr. Grant would approve that.
I'll just beg him until he gives in. I'll just go, oh, come on, Lou. Please, please, Lou. Please.
And do all those things. If you have a mind to talk to Troy Williams of Equality Utah. Hello, Troy.
Oh, good morning, everybody. How are y'all doing?
We're good. We're good. Well, I mean, other than that sense of impending doom.
Hey, I can recruit the three of you. If you're thinking of a career change, perhaps you could become lobbyists for Equality Utah. I think you'd be effective.
See, here's the thing, Troy. I know you have to be nice to people in that job.
That's why Troy's good at what he does.
Exactly. I can't do what you do, Troy. I can't.
Carrie would be me.
I take lots of deep cleansing breaths before I go up there.
I'd listen to them speak. I'd look them in the eye and go, really? I'm not winning points that way.
I'd be the same way.
So tell us what, these things were presented yesterday, and were they voted on?
Yeah. Well, for the first reading. So, and just to give you some context, across the country there is this onslaught of anti-LGBTQ bills. I think last year there was like over 300 anti-LGBT bills pushed in state houses all across the country.
So this is a coordinated effort nationally.
Yeah, absolutely. It's being coordinated by the Heritage Foundation and a group called the so-called Alliance Defending Freedom. Unless, of course, you're an LGBT person, then you have no freedom.
Exactly.
And what they're designed to do is, in essence, strip parental rights away from families with transgender children. And they send a message to trans Utahns, you don't belong here, which is a dangerous message for legislators to send.
I just don't, I want to look them in the eye. Like I said, Troy, you can't do this. I want to look them in the eye and say, listen to me. You're an old white guy who's been fooled by the internet. None of the things that you're talking about are happening.
Yeah, it's all hyperbolic, overblown up, and it is a true moral panic. There's like a hysteria sweeping across the country. It's arrived in the Utah legislature. We do get through them, but they do a lot of damage and harm until the fever breaks.
It does damage and harm to people, and then it also does favors for the Republican base because fear is what sells. That's what their entire platform is based on.
Let's talk about what the specific bills are.
Let's go down the list. Yeah.
Sure. Yes. Okay. So the first one, and perhaps the most dangerous one, is SB 16 by Senator Mike Kennedy. It creates a moratorium on future access to medical care for transgender children. And then it asks the Department of Health to do a study. It does grandfather in existing clients of trans youth that are currently under care. So it's not going to strip care away, which is good. But I want you all to remember last year when the legislature, again in a panic, passed laws to ensure that Utahns could never be forced into a vaccine mandate. And they said government has no place intervening in the health care decisions of our families.
Well, this sounds the opposite of what they're...
Exact opposite logic. If you're the parent of a transgender child in Utah, you don't have parental rights. That's basically what they're saying.
It's just egregious. Anyway. Go ahead.
Absolutely.
What's the next?
The second one is from our friend Todd Weiler. This one, SB 100, it would prohibit schools or school districts from making changes regarding gender identity to a student's records without the parents knowing. We're okay with that, and we really appreciate Senator Weiler because there was other elements of the bill that were more egregious and did harm the privacy of trans youth. He amended that, and we're really grateful to that. So that's the least of our concerns.
Okay.
Then the next one, this is also egregious, SB 93 from Dan McKay. You may all know Dan McKay.
Yeah.
This would prohibit any transgender child, even with parental permission, from changing their birth certificate for anyone under the age of 18 to match with their gender identity. So if a trans kid wants to get a driver's license or a passport to reflect their gender presentation,
who is that hurting? Who is that hurting if you allow kids with their parents' permission to do that? It hurts no one. No one is hurt by that.
No one. But this is why they're doing it. Ostensibly, it's because, and this is what lawmakers are telling me, they are afraid that there is an entire league of transgender girl athletes who are only changing their birth certificates so they can secretly infiltrate women's sports
and
dominate the team. It's not happening.
Can they prove that that's happening?
And I can tell you right now, female soccer players are so much meaner than men's soccer players. So much meaner.
Got a point.
That's right.
There's hair pulling.
Lots.
What we learned last year is that this whole hullabaloo around transgender sports, there was only one trans girl registered to play sports in the entire Utah high school system. And so I want to say I'm glad that Dan McKay is not a dentist, because with his logic, he would extract all of your teeth just to ensure that you never had a cavity.
Good analogy.
Wow. Thank you,
and
Troy.
you know what else this does? This and Troy will back me up on this, kids that are dealing with gender identity issues are already going through a hard time. And when they see in the news that they're adults, elected adults in their state that are saying everything that's wrong with them and why they can't do something as simple as participate in sports like everybody else, that's damaging to their mental health.
I mean, I got friends who have trans kids, and they say, we're thinking of moving because this just does not seem like a good place to be.
It's not.
You know? And that's tragic.
Exactly.
That's just tragic.
Yeah, and then so then the next odious thing that's on the horizon is HB 228 from Representative Mike Peterson. He wants to legalize conversion therapy.
Oh, I thought we already decided that.
We do this. Yeah.
So in 2020, Equality Utah, and I mean, we brought the coalition of people together. We had Governor Herbert. We had the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. We had the Division of Professional Licensing, and we all agreed on regulatory language to ban this dangerous, odious practice of conversion therapy on minors.
Yes.
And Peterson they're hell bent. They want to strip away the medical care for trans kids, and then they want to give them conversion therapy, and that is dangerous and deadly, and it infuriates me. And so what their bill does is they're trying to it's a sleight of hand, really. They're trying to change the definition of conversion therapy to just mean torture, meaning that they want to ban lobotomies and shock therapy, which are already banned.
I was going to say,
no one does these things anymore. This is barbaric practices that have all been discredited, but the only thing that they want to do is to preserve and to the only form of conversion therapy they want to protect is talk therapy, which is the only form of conversion therapy that is still prevalent in the United States.
So this bill is a waste of time.
It's a complete it's a waste of time, but it's actually deadly.
Yes.
Young people who go through conversion therapy have triple the rates of depression, double the rates of suicide from LGBT kids who don't go through it. And it does not help. It is extremely harmful to clients who have gender dysphoria, and it's damaging, and it always will fail to reverse people's sexual orientations. And what it does is, so you have a client who goes in there and they're told to pray away the gay, and they try, and they fail. And when they fail, they believe that they've failed their therapist, their parents, and maybe God, and then they start spiraling into despair. And this is the odious kind of practice that Peterson is convincing people that needs to happen in Utah. It's mean-spirited, it's cruel, and it's dangerous.
Now we feel kind of helpless when we hear all these things because we're not in the state legislature, but you're here, Troy, to help us tell people how they can help.
Because you're up there.
The most important thing, and again, even though you might get, this might make your blood boil, rightly so, take calming, deep Zen breaths and call your representative. You go to le.utah.gov and you can put in your zip code, and you can find out who your senator is and who your representative is. Call them, text them, email them, and tell them that you're concerned, that you want them to protect the parental rights of transgender families, and also to vote no against the dangerous practice of conversion therapy. And you have to get involved, and you have to raise your voice.
Yes.
But if you yell at them, humans, the human animal, the amygdala fires off, and people go into fight, flight, or freeze.
See, this is where Troy is much better than the rest of us. This is where he's learned.
So if you shame them, if you yell at them on social media, you'll go after Todd Weiler on Twitter. He'll fire right back at you. But it doesn't actually move them. It doesn't actually persuade them to reconsider their point of view. And when you look at Utah, I believe Utah is a very welcoming state. 72% of our state now supports the freedom to marry. And that happens because we opened up our lives and welcomed people into our weddings, and they saw our love, and they're like, oh, gays are fun.
Yes.
Gays are fun.
Yeah, that's what I keep trying to tell everybody. Drag performers are fun.
So fun.
All of this is fun.
Right.
And when you are emailing your legislator, don't send them some form letter because they've seen it a million times and they will ignore it. Take a minute. It doesn't have to be a long message you give them, but take a minute and in your own words, and like Troy was saying, and not an angry way, but you can be firm and just let your legislator. They are there to represent you, even if you didn't vote for them. They are up there to represent you. So tell them what you.
So Troy, how do we mobilize the troops? How do we participate?
Go on, follow Equality Utah on all of our social media channels, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, etc., and we'll give you updates about everything that's happening and action alerts. And then you come up to the Capitol as well. You can actually introduce yourself to your lawmaker face to face. You can send notes in to the Senate and to the House, and or text them, and they'll come out to visit you. Tell them that you are their constituent, and they're more likely to come out. And then introduce yourself, share your story heart to heart.
Yes.
That's what changes minds, heart to heart stories.
They're going after our friends, and we need to stop them.
Exactly.
All right?
Yep.
So Equality Utah, which is a website I use quite often. There's always something interesting and important there.
Thank you so much, Troy. We love you.
Troy, we're out of time. I wanted to talk about Pregnant Joker with you, but that's we'll have to wait for some other time.
I'll be back. March.
Thank you.
All right, love you all. Thank you all.
Love you, Troy. We'll see you. Bye-bye. All right. Traffic, please.
Another quick little refresher, if I can get to the right page. There we go. A lot of tabs. Come on, UDOT. Here we go. Crash US 40, just 2 miles west of Starvation in Duchesne County. That's not going to be cleared until 8:30. If you're out there, be safe. The crash northbound I-215 at 1900 South in Salt Lake. The right shoulder is closed there, so go around on the left side. That's not going to be cleared until 8, so avoid that. There might be a little slowage around there. And the crash on the on-ramp to I-80 westbound at the junction of I-15. The right shoulder is still taken up right there, so go around on the left side as well. And remember, it is slick out there. It's cold, so keep some distance in between you and the car in front of you. Keep your lights on. It's dark. And that is traffic brought to you by, if you're in the market for a new Toyota vehicle, your search begins at Toyota.com. Whether you are interested in a car, truck, SUV, hybrid, or minivan, your comprehensive list of Utah Toyota dealerships at Toyota.com.
All right. Boner of the day coming up.
Here are your titles. Boner candidate number 1, you had me at Marilyn Manson concert. Oh, boy. Boner candidate number 2, I'm okay with Botox, but not the COVID vaccine. And boner candidate number 3, killing stuff is fun for Instagram.
All right. Boners and big boy news coming up after these. Stand by.
Hi, I'm Todd Newcomb.
Friday morning, I'm backing out of my driveway, and I see some water, a little bit of water there. Now, my water main is out in front, and it's in the middle of an elevated kind of a growing area, and it's surrounded by rose bushes.
Okay.
And so I saw some water coming out there.
From there?
From there. And I thought to myself, well, that's probably just a broken sprinkler head or something. Doesn't appear to be that much from where I'm sitting. I'll take care of it when I get home. So then I get text from Sue while we were in our meeting.
Well, I heard you talking about this.
What's going on? You know, there's like a lot of water out there. I said, I was going to shut it off when I got home.
You didn't think it was that big a deal.
I didn't, and that was the problem. I should have let her know that I saw water in the morning so that she could go out and look at it. It turned out to be more than just a little problem. It was the main.
It busted?
Busted, and was leaking water. It was a river of water.
Yeah.
So we called the plumber, called two plumbers.
Mm-hmm.
Sue did. And the first plumber says, well, here's what I can do with a patch, but I can't do it until Monday.
Just let it gush until Monday?
Well, and I'm like, well, what about the water? And he goes, well, I can't get in there.
Is it like it'll undermine your driveway and?
Well, I mean, it's just a lot of wasted water, and I'm paying for it. You know, it's my.
It's not going to do any damage?
It wouldn't do any damage, I don't think, not that much.
Okay.
But it's just wasted water.
Yeah.
So then the second plumber comes. And he says, here's what's going on. Your main is like 4 feet underground. And we're going to have to go in there, dig all that out.
Yeah.
Fix the leak.
Yep.
He says, but then, he says, you're an older home, so you got this galvanized pipe. And he starts going into it. And he says, what I would recommend, and this is not me trying to gouge you, what I would recommend is that we just go in there and we replace everything.
Oh, wow.
Including the main all the way into the house, and then the gear stuff, the main switch inside the house. So we should replace all that.
Yeah.
It's because, it's old.
It's time.
It's time. Let's just do it. And we went, okay, let's do that. So, well, what do we do in the meantime with all this water? He's like, well, what I'd do first of all, this is the plumber, is fill up your bathtubs with water. Why is that? He goes, so you can go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
I said, what? No. You're not going to the bathroom in the tub. You're going to be taking buckets of water.
Using it to flush.
To flush so that you can still flush.
Yeah.
It's like the olden days, Carrie.
Yeah.
Because you're going to be without water for a while.
And he says and then fill up as many containers as you can of water throughout the house. And I said, well, how do we shut off this water? And he goes, well, I can't do that. You got to call the city. God. So we call the city. And it's like, yeah, we'll get up there when we can to shut off the water. And I wasn't happy about having the water shut off. Because we're having people over on Friday. I'm like, I'm sure somebody's going to need to use the bathroom. I'm going to ask them, hey, would you fill up the thing?
Yes,
no.
Scoop the bucket out of the...
Yeah. Could
Give
you?
them a bucket.
If you would, please.
Use the backyard.
So luckily my yard guy Spiro showed up. And if anybody knows how to go around the system, it's my yard guy Spiro. He says, oh, I can shut off your main, sure. I can show you how to shut it off.
I'm not supposed to, but
I'm
I
not
can
supposed
do...
to. But I'll show you. Here's how you do it, and here's how you can turn it back on. So if you want to shower, just turn it on and then shut it off. So Spiro comes through in a clinch. But today that means they're going to have to be doing all this. So the whole weekend we've been without water.
So you haven't been turning it off and on?
We turn it off and on once a day for like an hour.
Like it's shower time?
So it's like we all jumped in the
dishes.
shower yesterday. We did dishes and all of that stuff for an hour yesterday. And
how come a plumber couldn't figure out how to turn it off?
Well, it's not figuring it out. There's probably a
probably
liability reason.
Liabilities and ethics and things like
You're
that.
not supposed to.
That's the city's thing. The main is the meter is the city's thing, and that's not what I do.
So God bless Spiro, Carrie.
Yeah. Carrie, my friend, I show you how to
Spiro will go around the law.
Yeah, he will. He's got no problem. So, yeah, it's weird because I've been waterless all weekend, and I've been, besides the shower thing, which is a problem. I showered yesterday. I'm not showered now, so I'm staying away from you guys.
Oh, you're fine.
But I realize how much water I waste just doing things, like brushing your teeth.
Yeah.
That's just one example.
Do you let the water run while you brush teeth?
I don't, but even then, I don't need to even have that much water to brush your teeth.
You need a little.
Yeah, you need maybe 6 to 8 ounces.
Just
wet
the brush and the paste.
Wet the brush and the paste, rinse the whole thing. You don't need that much water to do a lot of the things that you need.
This is a good learning experience.
Yeah, and the big containers of water that we've got up in the kitchen for drinking water. I'm thinking about how much water I waste on a daily basis.
Yeah, you don't need. You can. You got whiskey.
Yeah,
you don't need to drink water.
Exactly. But what happened as soon as Spiro turned off the main? What happened?
I don't know.
I walked in the house, and I was immediately thirsty. I think it was a cycle, and I've been thirsty all weekend.
I was thirsty, and I had to pee.
I am thirsty all weekend because of that, because I know I don't have any water.
Now, so have you done the bucket thing?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
A few times now. Let's see, it's 7:26. Time for Boner of the Day. 3 news stories. These will be examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to be Boner of the Day for today, January 19, 2023. We'll give you 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote, and one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive
I Can't Buy It, Gotta Win It, Radio from Hell Boner t-shirt.
Boner candidate number 1. Well, you had me at Marilyn Manson concert. Ontario, Canada. A Canadian woman was so bombed she blew up a house.
What?
Huh?
A Canadian woman who caused $10 million in damages after driving drunk, crashing into a house, and causing an explosion, is now suing the concert venue that provided her alcoholic beverages. As she claims, the owners are to blame. They made me drink that much.
Okay.
The car bomb fiasco occurred in August of 2019 when Daniela Lice, 26, was driving home from a Marilyn Manson concert at the Budweiser Gardens Arena in London. Go to x96.com/live. You can see the aftermath of her crash. After drinking at the show and getting behind the wheel, Lice crashed her Ford Fusion into a brick home, rupturing a gas line and triggering a massive explosion that destroyed 4 houses and injured 7 people. Falling embers led to blazes at several other homes nearby, and the entire neighborhood had to be evacuated with gas and water service shut off in the area. All told, the blast reportedly cost damages in the neighborhood of somewhere between $9.8 to $14.7 million. Meanwhile, the victims included 2 police officers and 2 firefighters who suffered numerous injuries. One firefighter forced to spend a week in the hospital before being discharged. She pled guilty to 4 counts of impaired driving and was slapped with a 3-year prison sentence in 2021. However, she's decided to sue Ontario Food Services, the company that distributed the beer at the Marilyn Manson concert. The claim is that the libation purveyor shares liability for the blast on the grounds that the staffers failed to take steps to ensure she would not drive home. They threw her out because she was so drunk.
Yeah.
Okay. You need to leave.
No.
It's not their responsibility to...
No. Now, I've been plenty drunk.
Right.
But I've never done anything like that.
No. And they did the right thing by throwing her out of the venue, so she was being disruptive there.
Yeah.
But her lawsuit says, well, they should have made sure she didn't drive home. Well,
no.
Their responsibility ended at the door of the Marilyn. But also, it shows you what sort of person she is. She was at a Marilyn Manson concert. Boner candidate number 1. Boner candidate number 2. Well, Botox I'm fine with. It's the COVID vaccine that I don't like.
So they're not afraid of needles.
Exactly.
All right.
A Utah plastic surgeon and his associates are facing federal charges accusing them of throwing away COVID-19 vaccinations, but still handing out COVID-19 vaccination cards to those who paid.
Oh, okay.
Michael Kirkmore Jr., his business Plastic Surgery Institute of Utah, and several other people were indicted by a federal grand jury on January 11th on charges of conspiracy to defraud the United States, conspiracy to convert, sell, convey, and dispose of government property, and aiding and abetting in the conversation, sale, conveyance, and disposal of government property. Moore and his business destroyed hundreds of doses of government-paid COVID-19 vaccine in exchange for either direct cash payments or required, quote, donations to a specified charitable organization. Defendants distributed COVID-19 vaccination record cards to persons without administering a COVID-19 vaccine in them, according to charging documents. Now, the people that were buying these cards knew what was happening.
They knew. All right.
It's not like they thought they were getting vaccine and didn't.
That doesn't make it any, well.
This is the worst part to me, though. Additionally, the business gave saline shots to children in order to, quote, trick them into thinking they had received the vaccine.
Whoa.
Jeez. So the boner here is not only this doctor and everybody that worked in his office, it's the parents that tricked their children into thinking they were vaccinated. That's child abuse.
Yes.
I think you should find out who all these parents are and get DCFS involved in that.
And this doctor has gone to jail or something?
Well, no, this just happened yesterday.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
lock him up.
Each person that received a fake vaccine, not a fake, I mean, it was a real vaccination card. And that's how they got them, is because they got actual vaccine for the government. They threw the vaccine away. So that's the destroying government property. Yes. Each person seeking a vaccination card made a $50, quote, donation, which prosecutors said were made to a charitable organization linked to Plastic Surgery Institute. So
charitable? Okay.
No, it wasn't.
All right.
It was.
Yeah. Oh.
This is multi-leveled evil here.
Yes.
And it's boner candidate number 2. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3 is Killing Stuff is Fun for Instagram.
Boner candidate number 3 coming up after this Big Boy News and Opinioendo. Brought to you by
Squatters Pub invites you to enjoy their famous food menu and cold draft beer, open daily for lunch and dinner with brunch on weekends. Visit saltlakebrewing.com. I'm sorry, saltlakebrewingco.com to learn more.
So I could have made this a boner candidate, but it's animal cruelty.
Okay.
And George Santos is quickly becoming, we've nominated him too much for boners. So I'm just going to do this story.
We could do it every day is the thing. Something surfaces every day. He's apparently also a drag queen.
You know, we ran Al Franken out of office.
Yeah.
For nothing.
For a fake posed photo.
From a million years ago.
Because that's what we get for playing by the rules.
I know. This, if you haven't heard about this is going to boil your blood.
It's going to piss you off.
2 New Jersey veterans say Congressman, which he is, Congressman George Santos, promised to raise funds for life-saving surgery for one of their dogs and then became elusive when they tried to collect the money, which he ran off with. Santos is facing growing pressure to resign after he's lied for multiple things. Richard Osthoff, a U.S. Navy veteran, told CNN his pit bull Sapphire began developing a tumor in 2015, and it continued to grow into 2016. Osthoff said he was homeless, living in a tent at the time after losing his job and his housing. Osthoff's mentor and friend, Michael Bohl, founder of the New Jersey Veterans Network, told CNN he took Osthoff under his wing as part of the charity's mentorship and tried to get help for his dog. Bohl said a mutual friend connected the two veterans with Santos, who told them Santos was frequently involved with helping and rescuing animals. This is one of the things he ran on.
Yeah.
I ran this animal help charity. Bohl and Osthoff knew Santos by the name of Anthony DeVolder, which is another thing. He goes by a bunch of different names.
He's got so many names. When I say George Santos, if that's your real name, I'm not joking.
Santos set up a GoFundMe for Osthoff's pit bull Sapphire. A post from Facebook profile of George DeVolder links to a GoFundMe page raising surgery funds for the dog. Sapphire's a 10-year-old red-nosed pit bull that's been keeping this man company. She doesn't deserve to die because of this tumor. She deserves to be treated and cared for, the Facebook post reads. Will you help this baby and her daddy stay together for a few more years? The fundraiser eventually raised about $3,000. But things went south after they tried to access the GoFundMe money. Santos became uncooperative, according to Osthoff and Bohl, first saying that he needed to take his dog to a veterinary clinic of Santos's choice, then claiming another clinic wouldn't accept the form of payment. I had to jump through hoops and do everything this way. He was just creating one obstacle after another. Text messages provided to CNN by Osthoff show his exchanges with Santos, and it shows him just saying, hey, I'd really like to, my dog's dying.
Yeah.
We raised
I need the money.
$3,000. Can I?
And most of that money was from my friends. Could we get the money?
No. Never got it.
Nope.
Santos quit communicating with him. Yes. So, and the dog died.
The dog died.
Oh.
And, he essentially killed this dog. Essentially. And then ask him about who Katara is.
Oh, that's a whole other
That's
thing.
a whole nother story.
That's a whole other
Katara.
thing.
Look it up.
So a perennial boner and horrible person. Actually, and a side note.
Yes.
As part of his campaign, he talked about how 9/11 killed his mother.
Yeah.
NBC News confirms immigration records show George Santos's mother was admitted to the United States in April of 2003 after not being in the country since 1999. So not only was she not dead at the time of 9/11, she wasn't even in the country
when that happened.
He used this on his campaign website as he was, because, he's running for office in an area that was affected by, those are people that feel strongly about 9/11. And
And, I mean, this is just two of the lies. I mean, we could do an hour.
Many.
We could do an hour on this guy about all of the lies that he has told. But do you know what we hear from the Republican side?
Nope.
Because they need that vote. Because they need his vote. They don't care if he's even compromised. He might be getting Russian money to do this job that he has been elected to.
Carrie.
Yeah.
He does not have money.
Yeah.
Somebody has purchased themselves a congressperson. There's no other way to explain this.
And the GOP? Yep.
I don't know if we have time for any other news or.
Well, one more quick story. How about that? And then we'll get to weather and
okay,
traffic.
Billie Eilish.
Yes, I love her.
We want her safe and her family safe. Bill's friends with her uncle. Billie Eilish is reportedly seeking protection from a man who's allegedly broken into her family's home multiple times. The Grammy winners filed for a temporary restraining order against Christopher Anderson, 39 years old. According to Billie's father, Patrick O'Connell, he claims Anderson has showed up at their Los Angeles home numerous times since late December, professing his love for the singer and asking to meet her. The family have called police 5 times and filed several reports. They finally have a restraining order against him. And the restraining order is also for her brother, Phineas, and her parents, including her mother, Maggie Baird, who has Utah ties, as we said. So,
all right.
There you go.
Weather, traffic.
Weather, we're sitting at 28 right now. We're going to have a high of 34, and there is a chance of some possible snow around 8:15, so be aware of that. We're going to get some snow later today into tomorrow morning, but then tomorrow looks kind of nice, so we'll see how that turns out.
It's cold, though.
It is cold. It's very cold. And speaking of cold, the roads are going to be a little icy today. I don't know if you guys hit any ice on the way here this morning, but it was a little icy getting out of my apartment complex. There's some crash eastbound I-80 at Parley Summit and Park City. It's just the clearance time will be 8:30. I'm not exactly sure what side of the road that's going to be on, so please slow down around that area and be careful. There's a crash southbound I-15 in Box Elder. Right shoulder's closed there. The crash in Salt Lake just on the northbound I-215 west I-215 west at 1900 South. That's not going to be cleared until 8 o'clock, and that's the right shoulder that's taken up, so go around on the left side and be careful of that. And it looks like everything else should be pretty good. There's a little bit of slowage down on I-15, so around the Draper area, and looks like the junction of I-15 and I-215, so be careful around there. Slow down. Keep some space in between you and the car in front of you, and keep your lights on as of right now. It's still a little dark out there. That's all brought to you by the Downtown Winter Market is open Saturdays at the Gateway from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Shop for fresh produce, meats, and unique gift ideas at the Craft Market. More information at slcfarmersmarket.org.
Thank you.
Boner candidate number 3. Killing stuff's fun for Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
A celebrity bow hunting couple who posted videos of their trophy killings on social media have been fined $133,000. Oh, and they're peaches. Go to x96.com/live. You can get a look at them. They're gross.
Yeah.
They have been involved in Nebraska's largest ever poaching ring.
Really?
Josh Bomar, 32, and Sarah Bomar, 33, from Ohio, were sentenced by a federal judge last week for knowingly hunting white-tailed deer and turkeys illegally in Nebraska without permits and using bait. Because it's not about, the sport of hunting.
No.
It's about getting a good picture. Clicks. Bait hunting is not sporting at all.
No.
It is.
No.
And it's they've done this with multiple animals. Their Instagram is just full of pictures of them with dead things.
These people are gross.
Yeah.
And there's not even a dead animal in this shot. They
no,
make me sick.
I'm glad you put up that one because I don't want to see pictures of all the dead animals.
No.
But they're gross, and and now about 30 other people were also. This was a whole poaching ring, a bunch of people involved with it. Anyway, boner candidate number 3.
All right,
killing stuff's fun for Instagram.
Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, well, you had me at Marilyn Manson concert. This Canadian woman who was drinking at a Marilyn Manson concert, she got thrown out of the concert because she was so drunk. Got in her car, drove to a neighborhood, crashed into a gas line, ended up causing about $10 million in damage to multiple homes. People were hurt, went to the hospital. She's now suing the concert venue, saying it's their fault.
Right.
For serving her and not making sure she had a
You made me
ride
light this
home.
house on fire. Yeah.
Boner candidate number 2. I'm okay with Botox, but not the COVID vaccine. A Utah plastic surgeon and his staff are facing federal charges for throwing away COVID-19 vaccines, but still handing out the COVID-19 shot cards for people and injecting kids with saline. And so the kids thought they were getting vaccinated. So I throw the parents into this as well.
Oh, they're all terrible.
And boner candidate number 3, killing stuff is fun for Instagram.
All right. You've got to decide, of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst. Which one deserves to be boner of the day for today, January 19, 2023. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. You put that single digit in the message of a text. That's all we need. And then text that to 33986. Computer counts it. Easy. Or you can call the producer's booth. Looks like Dawson will take your voice vote live.
Yep.
877-602-9696. Talk to Dawson. Or you can go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner of the Day, January 19, 2023. Click and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh your internet browser. It should appear. And you can click and vote. You've only got 3.5 minutes to get your vote in, so let's go. Don't forget, coming up, our Real Housewives of Salt Lake update with Victoria. We're going to be talking about MILF Manor or something. I don't know what. Also, Beat Gina is on the way. All right, here we go. Let's vote. Boner of the Day.
Don't miss a single moment of the radio.
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah Word of the Day, and today's word is...
melon. M-E-L-O-N, melon. Today's word was submitted by friend of the program, Allison P. Allison says she heard this word used on local news during discussion of voter turnout in our past electoral event. Allison didn't specify if the word was used by a newsreader or by someone being interviewed for the news. We can only speculate. Thanks, Allison. And if you hear a Utah word, please send your example to radiofromhell@x96.com. Please put Utah word in the subject line. Again, the word is melon.
Hey there, LeGrand. I got to ask you something.
Okay.
Do I talk funny? Huh? I mean, I recognize that I sound different than some folks that I talk to down at the Golden Hour Center. I mean, you know, I go down there and I play cards with the old folks on Thursday.
Well, I know that you do. But what makes you think that you talk funny? Do you talk different than them Golden Hours folks?
Yeah, some, I guess. I mean, a bunch of them are not original Utahns, and when I say certain things to them, they look at me strange, and then I know I've said something that they didn't get or think was correct.
Well, for instance?
Well, we was talking about the election, and like I said, a bunch of them aren't from Utah, but they said they'd voted anyway, and I said, how did you vote, especially when you weren't in your home state? How did you vote? And they have something called an absentee ballot, and they vote by way of the Postal Service. And I said, oh, I vote that way too right here in my home state. I do a melon ballot, and man, everybody just stopped and stared at me.
What? I don't get it. What was wrong with that?
Well, then one of them said, real smart aleck kind of guy, puts down his cards and says, a melon ballot? You got a cantaloupe running for governor?
Huh?
Honeydew running for mayor? How many melons are office holders here in Utah, he says.
Well, why would he say that? I mean, you was talking about sending in your vote through the mail, not voting for melons.
Right. I said I sent my melon ballot, not a ballot to vote for a melon. There's a big difference between a melon ballot and a melon ballot, I would say.
Well, exactly. Besides, what kind of idiot would vote for a cantaloupe?
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah Word of the Day.
boner of the day.
And this morning's boner is brought to you in part by red lentil soup with red hot chili oil.
Ooh, yum.
And naan.
I bet it was good. And listen to Radio from Hell all week long to win an immunity armor drip from Prime IV Riverwoods at 4801 North University Avenue. More information at x96.com. And if you text PRIME, PRIME, to 33986 right now, you could win the Immunity Armor Drip, which is an infusion that provides a pick-me-up for your immune system with vitamin C, ink, B vitamins, and more. It's a $250 value. So it's a big deal. Prime IV Riverwoods.
Boner candidate number 1 was You Had Me at Marilyn Manson concert. This is a woman that got drunk at a Marilyn Manson concert and drove home and ran into a house and a gas line, and it exploded and caused $10 million in damage, and people went to the hospital. And she's saying it was the concert venue's fault. They should have not let her drive home. They kicked her out, but she's not their fault. Boner candidate number 2. I'm okay with Botox, but not the COVID vaccine. This is the Utah plastic surgeon and his staff who threw away COVID-19 vaccine shots, sold COVID-19 shot cards to those who paid for them. Oh, and as a little bonus, you bring your kid in, I'll give them a saline shot. They'll think they got the vaccine, but
yes. We're lying to you for your own good.
Yeah.
That's outrageous.
A whole lot of boners on that one. And boner candidate number 3, killing stuff is fun for Instagram. This is a Instagram influencer couple who's been fined for taking part in a big poaching ring, where they get trophy shots for Instagram. But they would hunt animals they weren't supposed to hunt in ways they weren't supposed to hunt them, by baiting and things like that, just to get pictures.
Clicks.
Let's see. No contest.
Nope. Really?
I thought these were all really good candidates.
I agree.
But
I had several texts that said that. Yeah.
Running away with it with over 200 votes, boner candidate number 2. I'm okay with Botox, but not the COVID vaccine.
All right, there's your boner of the day for today, January 19, 2023. Now qualified to be boner of the week. Now coming up, it's good news and bad news in a way. We got Victoria, our Real Housewives of Salt Lake expert. Now they're on hiatus this week. They're because of the whole Jen Shaw thing. They were going to have their season reunion show. Is what it is, the last show, and they pushed that back a week. Because of the courts and things. So Victoria said, well, Bill was curious about the show MILF Manor.
I hope he's listening for this.
I'll watch it for him and tell him about it. Well, Bill's not here because he's hiking with Julian Sands.
He's fine. He's just fine.
Yes.
Yeah. But so he won't be able to hear the MILF Manor report. But Victoria will be here. Coming up. And B. Gina is on the way.
And what are the prizes we have for Beat Gina?
We've got, let's see, let's do the Sundance prize pack. It's got a Hydro Flask, a Sundance beanie, and a pair of some socks. It's going to be great because Sundance started, it starts today. Goes through the 29th.
You can wear this stuff and everyone will think you're important or something.
Yeah, sure.
We have a minute here, Carrie. If you want to, I can do one of those things that I do.
One of what things that you do?
The morsel of
I'm
murder.
still stuck on what you had for supper last night. Because that
sounds great.
My husband made
it. I know. It sounds good. And I'm just like, it's so not Gina.
See, I'll make things I'll eat things my husband makes. Like if we were at a restaurant and he said, you should really have the red lentil soup, I'd say, no thanks. But he made it.
All right.
Well, okay, let's do that thing that you do.
Yeah.
And now, a morsel of murder with Gina Barberi. Radio from Hell on X96.
There have been some developments.
Yes.
In the Idaho murders.
There's been a whole Dateline about it now, which I watched.
But they should wait till they have more, I think. I'm sure they'll do other Datelines about it. But, well, feel free to weigh in on a morsel of murder then, Carrie.
I will.
But, search warrant for Brian Kohberger's residence was released yesterday, so we know a little bit more about what they were looking for. They found a glove.
Okay.
They found hair strands. One of the things they were looking for is not just human hair, but pet hair.
Pet hair.
Because they had a dog. The 4 college kids had a dog, and because he supposedly was in the house, odds are he could have picked up dog hair somewhere along the. So it's just another way of proving that
They didn't really talk about the dog on the Dateline. Okay.
One possible,
Murder.
One possible animal hair strand, 8 possible human hair strands. They took his computer. They took a pillow. They said one of the things they are going to be looking for on his computer.
Yes.
He followed all 3 of those girls.
Really?
On Instagram.
Murder.
And DM'd one of them. They're not saying which one. Multiple times. She never answered.
So it's not that he knew them. It's just he observed them.
Yes.
Followed them.
Yes. So, people can message you and you don't.
Yeah.
You can have your Instagram set up where I only let people that I follow message me.
Yes. That's how I have mine
Which is
set up
the
right
way
now.
it should be.
Yeah,
So
after mine got hacked, that's what I did.
Yeah. So she may, whichever one of these girls it was, she may not have ever even read his messages because they will go to some other file that don't show up in your messages. He doesn't know that, but you can set your Instagram up that way.
Mm-hmm.
But multiple messages, and apparently the messages were innocuous, like "Hi,
what up?
What you doing?
You up?"
But this is totally leading to my thing that I've been saying from the beginning, that he's some crazy incel.
Probably.
Do people know what an incel is?
Maybe explain it. So
incel stands for involuntarily celibate.
Yeah.
Which I say is a false term because you don't need to be celibate. If you just weren't an a-hole, you might meet a girl and get laid.
These are, and because they've interviewed people, and I don't know if this was in the Dateline, people he knew childhood, growing up.
No, they didn't. They didn't talk to people that he knew. This was all about what the police were doing and why they were quiet, and the things that they found and leading up to it.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't. Yeah. Apparently, this house that these people lived in was a well-known party house.
Mm-hmm.
It was always hopping, always people there.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it was 3 girls and a guy, all 3 very pretty girls and a good-looking guy, and they couldn't figure out the connection. But it was his sloppiness, apparently. He left the sheath that the knife comes in.
Mm-hmm.
He left the sheath at the scene.
Yeah.
Accidentally.
Or Carrie Jackson.
Oh, wait, Sue reminds me. They interviewed girls he went to school with, and he was a weirdo that always stared at them.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
I've been saying incel from the beginning.
Yep.
But he's also, the interesting wrinkle here is that he's been studying criminology and doing research studies on it, and there are some people people are saying, and I am hearing, that he may have left that sheath on purpose with his DNA on it.
Really?
To see if he could get caught, to see how smart the police were, if they could figure out who he was. Now, maybe they're reading too much into it.
That sounds an awful lot. It seems to me like it was just because he was in and out of that house, according to the way the police broke it down.
But he's somebody who has studied in school and in his private time crimes.
Well, that's
how
true.
They're committed. Like, if anybody's going to be super careful about, I'm not going to leave, any evidence behind, and I'm going to make sure.
I mean, that's true, but in the heat of the moment, when you're killing 4 people, you might, in your quest to get out of there, you may slip up and leave that. I don't think he did it on purpose, because he don't seem that smart to me. We keep talking like this guy's a criminal mastermind, but
I don't know.
It seems to me he's smart, yes, but not as smart as we're giving him. We're letting him be smarter than he is.
Because that movie Murder by Numbers was kind of about that. They were these kids that wanted to that studied murder so much they thought we can murder somebody and get away with it. And I don't know. We're learning more, though. So there you go. Morsel of murder.
All right.
All right. Traffic. I just did another refresher, and UDOT's taking a moment to tell me what is going on. There is a lot of slowage going up Parley's Canyon right now. It's red, which means it's going to be backed up for at least 30. It's heavy traffic. Be careful. Slow down around there. There's also heavy traffic around the Spaghetti Bowl. So again, be careful over there. I think the crash eastbound I-80 just over by Parley Summit in Park City is part of the reason why it's so backed up on in Parley's Canyon. So careful around there. Again, slow down. It could be icy up that way, considering it's been very cold. Otherwise, everything else should be cleared. That's all I'm seeing. There's some slowage down on I-80 going west as well, so slow down around there and keep your eyes out. That is traffic for you.
All right, KXRK Provo. We'll be back with Victoria after these. Stand by.
Hi, this is Tom.
It's 8:05. Is this sponsored?
It is not. We can just keep going.
All right, let's go. Here we are. All the way from Reno, it's Victoria, our Real Housewives of Salt Lake expert.
She's turned into our expert for watching shows, so we don't have to.
Yeah.
We're branching out.
Because as radio morning professionals, we need to be aware of this kind of pop culture, but we just can't bring ourselves to do it. So thank God for Victoria. That's all I can say.
And it's too bad. Victoria, as you heard, Bill is out sick today. He's taking a hike with Julian Sands or something. Yeah. Not COVID, just not feeling well. But this whole episode is about him, and he's not going to hear it. This was his request.
It just shows my loyalty and my support to the effort and whatever you guys need from me.
Well, that's what's great. So you weren't watching this show.
No, go ahead. I didn't know what it was.
Well, I was going to say, but Bill was curious about it and wanted a report. And
yes.
So MILF Manor, what is the hell? This is a parody. This is clearly
Oh my God. So I remember you guys talking about it a little bit, but I guess I was half listening, or maybe we didn't know fully what this was. So I turned it on thinking like, oh, it's a woman of a certain age looking for love. We're going to put them all in a bachelorette type situation. And, you know, so the women show up to the house and there's this villa in Mexico. It looks like it's beautiful.
Right.
And, you know, and we're meeting each of the women. I'm like, oh, interesting. And, you know, they have their stories and, you know, they all want to tell us like how they're very positive. And I have, a lot of needs and looking for a certain type of guy. I'm like, cool. So then they all line up because they hear the men have arrived because they're looking for men of a certain age. They're looking for boys, right? They're looking for these young guys.
So the women are like in their 40s and 50s?
Yes. Yeah, they're in their late 40s, and I think there's in early 50s, yes. And they show everybody's ages. So these women, they literally lined up, ready to welcome the boys, men, whatever we want to call them, to the villa. And apparently, these are their sons.
What?
The younger men are their sons. So they did not know that their sons were the younger men that were coming?
No, at least according to all their confessionals. And so right when we get the confessionals from the guys too, where they're like, I'm really excited. I like older women. I'm really excited for this. You know what they keep calling it? They kept calling it like a getaway or a excursion. And so and no one knows. They did not know that this was what they were signing up for. And so the premise is these mothers are now going to. Which of these guys do I like? And they're going to watch their sons hit on and try and, I guess, hook up with these women, and the guys are going to watch their moms hook up with these other...
Now, Victoria, clearly these people were tricked.
Yeah.
And so naturally, you would think that at least two of them would have stormed off and said, this is not what I signed up for, right?
I think one of them definitely came close. One of them definitely is like, I can't remember her name, Charlize, I can't remember. She definitely seems like the most real of all of them as far as personality, and she's already getting picked on by the other women.
Of course.
And she definitely was like, oh my gosh. But I had that thought too, and maybe they did, I don't know. But I would think, how could you not know? And one woman did say, I knew my son was in Mexico, but I thought he was going on a different dating retreat, not this one. I don't.
Yeah,
how
did you keep this secret from each other? That's the next question. I think they're all in cahoots, is what I'm.
That's what I think too. But then, right? Because it's this type of this is the point, right? They're trying to date, and then the first challenge comes, right? Because this is how they set these shows, and the first challenge, because they're all actually part of it. Each mother-son pairing is going to share a room. And again, remember, the goal is for everyone to find someone to love, hook up, whatever.
Wait, so you're sharing a room with your mom if you're the guy.
But at some point, you're going to be switching rooms with other.
Yes,
that's weird.
Son, I need you to leave. I got company coming over.
Which we do get at the end of the episode. We do get like one woman trying to bring one of the guys back to her room, and the son's in there, and he says, "Absolutely not! Get out of here." This is so gross.
Now, John in the chat room says, this is on the Learning Channel?
Yeah. Here's what they're teaching us. A term I was not aware of: intergenerational dating.
That makes it sound nice, but
Yeah.
no.
It's crazy.
But this challenge, because they got to fight over who gets the nicest rooms. There's a couple of really nice rooms. So the first challenge is all the guys take off their shirts. And then the women put on blindfolds and then are supposed to go and touch each guy one at a time to try and figure out which one is their son.
This show is wrong.
This is terrible.
People need to be arrested.
This is so bad. And one of these kids is 20 years old.
What?
This is gross.
He can't even drink. Oh, my goodness.
How old is Festus, Gina?
He's 25.
Festus is 25. Okay. Ugh.
Do we have any quotes from this?
Yes, and these are quotes that you will only hear on a show called MILF Manor. I feel like I need to get him away from his mom.
Yes.
And then the guys are talking, right? He's like, I'm not calling you dad. And the different guy says, he's going to call you daddy. And then their two guys are talking, we can't be vanilla, bruh. We got moms here. Got to step up our game. And then one woman says, I thought she came here to date a younger guy, not her son. And then, I don't know if I can say that one. That I'm rooster blocking your mom. Can I say that?
Say rooster blocking. Yeah.
Okay. We know what that is.
Yes, and that's what I'm like. Gross.
You know, if the Utah State Legislature really wants to help, if they really want to help society, they can stop messing with the stuff that they're doing now and outlaw this kind of thing.
So bad.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Well, let's leave MILF Manor. You watched another show too.
Yeah, I watched another show which I would recommend. It's called Traitors. It's on Peacock, and I like Katie. I have never seen Survivor. I've never watched Big Brother.
Hey, there we go.
And I recommended, there's someone I follow who really likes the Housewives that recommended the show, and so I thought, okay, I'll try it out. And what it is you've got reality stars from other shows. You've got Sari from Survivor, I guess she's a thing, Cody from Big Brother, we've got some Bravo celebrities, and then we have what I'm calling normals. And they're all in a castle in Scotland, and it's hosted by Alan Cumming.
Okay. He's good.
And he looks fabulous, and he says it's his castle. So the setting is amazing. And
this is my X-Men money. My X-Men money bought this castle. Yeah. All right.
He looks amazing. I love him.
He is.
And so that's a nice treat. Yeah, and so they're all living in this castle, and 3 of them have been identified as traitors, and we know who the traitors are. And then everybody else are called faithfuls. And so the faithfuls have to identify who the traitors are, and the traitors will then, quote-unquote, murder a faithful each night that they're in the castle.
Okay.
And this is like a murder mystery night game thing in a castle. Okay, all right.
And watching them trying to guess who the traitor is really interesting because they're doing like they think they know what they're looking for, and so this is so much fun. All the episodes are on Peacock. I'm about halfway through. We're talking about it on my podcast, Couples Who Bravo Together. But it is so much fun. And when I first saw it, because I got the promos, I think, because of the Bravo celebrities that I'm used to seeing. So you've got Brandy from Beverly Hills, Reza from Shaws of Sunset, Kyle from Summer House, and Kate from Below Deck, for those of us that know Bravo, and they're the best part of the show, I think. But the other participants are really fun, and the challenges are really fun.
So watch that. Don't watch MILF Manor.
Yeah, don't watch MILF.
All right, well.
Please.
Oh, we're out of time.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Victoria. Please follow her on Instagram,
she's
JV
great.
Empath, and Twitter. She also has a podcast, Couples Who Bravo Together. Thank you, Victoria. We'll talk to you next week.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right.
Bye.
Traffic, please, Katie.
All right, we still have some slowage up Parley's Canyon.
Hi, Victoria.
That was me.
It's really slow. It's really backed up. So be careful going up Parley's Canyon, and if you can, probably try and avoid it because it's heavy traffic right there. Probably due to the crash that is just up there next to the exit. My goodness, there's a couple of crashes. So we
actually have a texter saying Parley's Canyon is totally slammed. Don't come up here.
Yeah, avoid it as much as possible.
Ooh.
There's 1, 2, at least 2, maybe 3 crashes going on right now up Parley's Canyon. So be careful around there and avoid. Keep some distance in between you and the car. It's still cold. It's icy. Everything else looks pretty good. There's still some slowage around the Spaghetti Bowl. There is a crash on Main Street in Lehigh, just on the off-ramp of I-15. Right shoulder's closed there. Another crash in Heber. There's a bunch of crashes, so slow down, keep some distance in between you guys, and just be safe, okay? That's traffic brought to you by, if you're in the market for a new Toyota vehicle, your search begins at Toyota.com. Whether you are interested in a car, truck, SUV, hybrid, or minivan, your comprehensive listing of Utah Toyota dealerships at Toyota.com.
All right. Beat Gina coming up.
Yeah.
We've got some messages and a short song.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll play Beat Gina, 877-602-9696. We've got a Sundance swag bag for you.
You get a Hydro Flask, a beanie, and a pair of socks. Everybody loves socks, right?
Yeah, it all says the Sundance 2023 on it.
You'll look official.
And it just started today.
You'll look like you belong.
There you go.
So you can win that if you beat Gina at Sons of Anarchy Trivia.
Oh, okay.
All right. We've got a dual birthday today.
All right.
So 877-602-9696. That's the number to call. Line up to play Beat Gina. You could win. It's easy. 877-602-9696. RenaissanceRanch.com. Now, if you or someone you know struggle with addiction to drugs or alcohol, and I think we all know somebody who may have a serious problem, the hard part is allowing yourself or, this person reaching out for help. That's tough as well, but help is out there. Renaissance Ranch Addiction Treatment Center, one of Utah's drug and alcohol treatment facilities with hundreds of five-star reviews. Their program is designed for male patients specifically. Now, it combines evidence-based clinical research with a judgment-free, faith-based healing approach. They do offer residential and outpatient services, depending on what your needs are. And they are staffed by recovering addicts who have empathy because they understand, addiction cycles. It's a local family-owned program. Battling addiction is hard. You need help. Get that help. Schedule a free consultation, and you can take a look at some of their success stories online. You'll find them at RenaissanceRanch.com, and they accept most private insurance plans. Need to catch up on missed radio?
Deli. Deli. Spell it with me now. D-E-L-I. And now we'll use it in some dialogue with LeVar and his friend Elder LeGrand R. Dunn Jr. It's Sunday, and LeVar has come over to his friend LeGrand's home to see why Elder Dunn is not in church. Again, the word is deli. Let's listen.
Come in.
Oh, there you are, LeGrand. Home all alone in front of the TV on Sunday. I know, I can see the church parking lot from my trailer home, and when I saw your minivan pull up for the meeting, and your wife Midge and all the little Dunn kids pile out without their daddy, I figured something was up. Something is up, isn't it, LeGrand? It ain't like you to miss church. How come you ain't there?
Well, I ain't feeling well, LeVar. I spent the night horking up my guts. I had stuff running out of both ends, LeVar. I ain't been up to snuff for the past few months, as a matter of fact. I don't know what is in me, but it ain't fun.
So that's why you ain't in church, huh? Of course, the fact that your favorite team, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, is playing them red-hot Arizona Cardinals today don't have nothing to do with it, does it?
No, it don't. I really am sick. I'm just starting to feel a little bit better right now. My stomach is almost settled.
Oh, looky there. Buddy Ryan is yelling at one of his players. Oh, yuck. Here. Aim for the bucket. Oh, you are a mess, LeGrand. A real mess.
I need for you to do me a favor, LeVar.
What?
I need you to go to the Circle K and get me some 7-Up. And if you would you just make me up some nice warm milk toast? I need to eat, but it has to be something mild, like milk toast.
Who do you think I am, your wife? Hey, why ain't she here?
She had the lesson in Relief Society today. Oh, I'm sick.
Look, you gots to start taking your vitamins, LeGrand. You need to take your vitamin C. You need to take your sulfur pills. You need your cat fur oil. You need your seaweed and plenty of that crab shell calcium and ragweed. You need to take all that stuff on a daily basis.
Every day?
Every day.
I need to take that stuff daily?
Yep, a good handful of vitamins on a daily basis.
I know you don't hardly ever get sick, LeVar. You take all them things daily?
Well, that stuff don't work on me like it works on most people. I just try to drink a pint of cheap rum every day. Yep, pint of rot gut hooch deli does the trick for me.
You're listening to All Things Considered Dull and Pretentious on NPR. I'm your host, Lyman Pettigrew. You may refer to me as Lyman Pettigrew. Our next program is funded by a grant from the Lyman Pettigrew Foundation. Every Thursday, we like to take a look at children's book reviewer, Mongo. We call it Children's Book Review with Mongo. Today, Mongo will be reviewing the timeless classic Runaway Bunny by Margaret Wise Brown, illustrated by Clement Hurd.
Mongo, Runaway Bunny.
Is that all, Mongo?
No, much more. Runaway Bunny bad. Make Mama Bunny chase after him. Bad Bunny. If Mongo run away from Mama, Mama bonk Mongo on the head. Bad Mongo, bonk bonk. Mongo also hate Runaway Bunny because no color pictures on pages. Mongo like pretty pictures. Mongo hate words.
This has been Children's
Wait,
Book...
Mongo not finished. Bad character development in Runaway Bunny. Mongo not care when Bunny run away. What motivate Bunny? What compelling reason to turn page? Plus, Mongo thinks something kinky going on with Margaret Wise Brown and Clement Hurd. Bad book. Very bad.
Now this has been Children's Book Review with Mongo. Coming up next, we look at the explosion of goat cheese making in America's heartland, and later on we take a very, very quiet look at the exciting NBA playoffs on All Things Dull and Pretentious on NPR. But first, this news from parts of the world you've never heard of.
Well, hello, and clearly I am not Johnny O. I am Joni Ola, Johnny's oldest daughter of three.
Oh, of three?
Yeah, we've got Ginny O and Janie O, but they're at home helping out. Johnny, our father, he's fine. He's just stuck taking care of Bill at his house because Bill is sick and can't take care of himself.
All right.
So I'm here to help with Beat Gina. It's brought to you by Equality Utah and Emotional Support Animals because they help, and most of them are pretty cute and loving. And so let's introduce the host with the most, the HOT, if you will.
Oh.
You know, host of all time. Get it?
Oh.
Huh. It's Carrie Jack Jackson.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Joni.
Yes,
Ola.
Joni Ola.
And what are your sisters' names?
Ginny, as in like Ginny
Ginny?
from Harry Potter.
Okay.
And then Janie O.
Janie Ola.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Filling in for
all
your
announcers.
father.
Always.
We need all announcers on deck.
He's trained us well. We're all in training for this.
Well, that's good to hear.
Well, thank you for stepping in.
Of course.
All right, Gina, looks like Brody is going to be your contestant.
Hi, Brody.
Good morning, lords and ladies. Not Bill.
All right, Brody.
Hey.
We'll toss a coin to see who goes first. It will give you an advantage in the game. Call it, Brody. Heads or tails?
Tails.
All right, coin toss app says tails, Gina Barbera. As you
You're
can
one
see.
step closer to getting that Sundance prize pack.
So here's how it's going to work, Brody. You have won the coin toss, so the first question is for you to answer exclusively. It's multiple choice. If you get it correct, you get the point. If not, I'll let Gina answer it correctly and steal the point away from you. We'll go back and forth until one of you have 3 points. Now, it is Sons of Anarchy trivia today because we have happy birthdays to 2 of the stars of Sons of Anarchy, Katie Seagal and Drea De Matteo.
Oh, they share a birthday.
We could have done Futurama or Sopranos trivia,
yeah.
but we stuck with Sons of Anarchy. 'cause
I've heard we've done Futurama trivia before.
well, we will. We'll repeat those. But here we go. Brody, here's the first question. The network FX refused to let the show use the F word. So characters used a different expletive.
Okay.
What was allowed by the FX network, Brody? Was it 1, flip or flippin'? Was it 2, by the hoary hosts of Hoggoth? Was it 3, frack or frackin'? Or 4, Jesus Christ?
Jeez.
It's a frack.
Is that your answer, frack? Terribly sorry, no. Gina?
Is it Jesus Christ?
Is that your answer?
Jesus Christ.
Oh,
Jesus Christ is correct. Jesus
That's one for
Christ.
Gina.
All right. Gina.
Yeah.
Tig, who's a character played by Kim Coates,
Okay.
suggests that Gemma, Katie Seagal,
Okay.
could dye her hair red. Gemma replies that she would rather what
Okay.
than dye her hair red?
Okay.
Was it 1, S in her hands and then clap? 2, shave her head? 3, set fire to her face and then try putting it out with a fork? Or 4, go on a picnic with the Donner Party?
It could be any
It could be any one of these.
shave her head.
Shave her head
Okay.
is correct.
That's
Wow.
2 for Gina. And,
Wow.
Brody is losing.
Oh, Brody, come
Brody.
on now. Don't you want this Sundance prize pack that you're going to get anyway?
All right. Brody, here's your question. The show ran for 7 seasons and aired a total of 92 episodes. The show won the blank. Fill in the blank. The show won the blank. Is it 1, Golden Globe for Best Actress for Katie Seagal? 2, Best Reckless Disregard for Human Life and Public Property? 3, Most Flatulent Teen Targeted TV Show? Or 4, the Golden Globe for Best Actress, Drea De Matteo?
Is it 1?
No, wait, sorry, hold it. It is
I was
1.
gonna say,
It is
I'm pretty
1.
sure
She did
That's
win.
1 for
That is
Brody.
correct. That is correct.
It's 2-1 currently. And is it Gina that has a question?
Yes.
Gina controls the question. Let's see, Gina, let's go to this question. Who kills Gemma in the end?
Okay.
Katie Seagal's character. Who kills Katie Seagal's character in the end? Was it 1, her son Jax Teller? Was it 2, her ex-husband Clay? Was it 3, Colonel Mustard with the lead pipe in the library? Or was it 4, the Shropshire Slasher?
Oh, I mean, I didn't watch the show, so I don't know. It would be more intense if it were her son and not her ex-husband, because you expect the ex-husband. So I'm going with the son.
That is correct.
And that's Gina wins
That's
with
the game.
3-1. That is the game.
Wow.
And Brody, unfortunately, you lose, but
you don't lose really, Brody, because with Beat Gina, everybody's a winner.
Oh,
Gold stars for everybody, and you get the Sundance prize back.
hang on the line, and we'll tell you how to get your prize, Brody. Okay.
I've got to get out of here. My father's calling me, telling me that I have to pick up some soup for Bill because he's still not doing as well as he should be.
And a cold compress.
Yes, of course.
All right. Big Boy News now brought to you by...
Discover the mysteries of space at the Clark Planetarium with the educational films exploring science themes and free interactive exhibits throughout the museum. The whole family is sure to discover something new. More at clarkplanetarium.org.
New Zealand Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern, who became a global icon and exemplified a new style of leadership, said Thursday she's stepping down from office.
Already? Wow. Why?
Just 37 when she became the leader. She was praised around the world for her handling of the nation's worst ever mass shooting, the early stages of the coronavirus pandemic. But she has faced mounting political pressure at home and a level of vitriol from some that hadn't been experienced by previous New Zealand leaders.
Because she's a woman.
She's a woman.
She's out living her life as a woman.
And she was super strict with COVID, and people got increasingly upset about that. And she's said, I know what this job takes. And I know I no longer have enough in the tank to do it justice. It's just that simple. She's been bullied out of office, basically.
So they win. The bullies won.
I guess. Which is sad because she
was doing a great job, yes. And God forbid she's young and she's single and she's out at night dancing. God forbid that happens.
Yeah.
I remember we heard about that for a week over
Don't be
here.
a young adult and be human. What is this?
How dare you?
This is a weird story. Carol Baskin.
Oh, yes.
Oh, boy. She's back.
So you know the Tiger King.
Mm-hmm.
And that whole... there's Tiger King and Tiger King 2 and Carol Baskin, and then they had the fictionalized version with Kate McKinnon playing Carol Baskin.
Which I still haven't seen, even though I love Kate McKinnon.
And the whole reason that this started to be a thing is... people were saying that Carol had killed her husband. Where's her husband?
Yeah.
What happened to her husband?
And that was the big question. And even the guy in jail kept saying,
In 2002. Don Lewis married Baskin in 1991 before going missing in 1997. He reportedly left behind over $5 million in assets. His disappearance grew in popularity after the broadcast of Netflix Tiger King, which honed in on Baskin's feud with now jailed private zoo owner Joe Exotic. Baskin became the target of online abuse, with many people speculating that she had murdered her husband. Now, we still haven't heard from Don Lewis, so I don't know that he's actually alive. I say, produce Don Lewis, or we will still all think that he is dead.
I just don't... Just as long as these people aren't allowed to have animals anymore, I don't care.
Exactly.
They all need to go away. Everyone was so fascinated with the show, and I was repulsed by it because they kept treating these animals so horribly, and they shouldn't be allowed to have them.
A Texas school district canceled a scheduled visit from a New York Times bestselling author, Emma Straub, after learning she regularly used foul language on social media.
Oh, no. She's a potty mouth?
The novelist was going to read her first children's picture book, Very Good Hats, to kindergartners and first graders at 2 elementary schools in the Katy Independent School District outside of Houston on January 13th. However, the district decided to rescind their invitation the day before her visit. It's been brought to our attention. These are bitty parents.
Yes.
It's been brought to our attention that this author has regularly used inappropriate and foul language on her social media platforms, specifically repeated use of the F word, administrator said.
Think of the children.
Now, she wrote a children's book.
Yeah.
That doesn't have the F word in it. It's a perfectly fine children's book.
Yeah. And do you think that she would swear in front of the kids?
And And kids, kindergartners should not be on Instagram.
No.
We apologize for any misunderstanding or inconvenience regarding this decision. We're ensuring we are consistently modeling appropriate behavior. She wasn't going to be inappropriate with the
Will
kids.
somebody please think of the children?
It's ridiculous.
It is.
How much time do we have here?
One more story.
Austin Butler. He won a Golden Globe for Best Actor for Elvis.
Elvis. Okay, yeah. He
When he
hosted
went
Saturday Night Live, yes.
And when he went up to give the speech, everyone was like, why is he still talking like Elvis?
Because he talks that way.
Austin Butler's voice is natural, despite what the critics think. According to Dr. Irene Bartlett, who worked with the 31-year-old on Baz Luhrmann's Elvis, Butler is not putting it on when it comes to similarities between his voice and the king of rock and roll. This is the woman that worked with him on the movie. She said because of COVID shutdowns, he was working on it all the time, and it's difficult to switch off something you've spent so much time and focused on. He had a lot of singing lessons when he was there. He now is a better singer than he was before because he was trained on it. As a result of these former lessons of vocal training. Because people were making it sound like, why is he putting that on? He's not putting it on.
No.
That's just how he talks.
Mm-hmm. Sports weather traffic.
Well, Jazz played yesterday. They beat the Clippers 126-103. They play tomorrow against the Nets, which will be pretty fun. Grizzlies, our hockey team is going on. They play the Lakers tomorrow, so that'll be interesting. Otherwise, if you are like my husband and I, we love this show called BattleBots. It's kind of sports-wise, but BattleBots is going on. It's where big robots fight each other. It's really cool, and there's a new episode tonight on Discovery if you want to watch it. There's a lot of explosions and flipping robots. That is your sports. Weather, it's currently sitting at about 28 degrees outside.
It's cold.
Yeah, we're going to get a high of 35. And some possible rain around or possible snow around noon, but we'll see about that. We might get some later and into the evening as well. So just be aware of that. That's weather for you. And UDOT, I've been trying to refresh. It's not telling me where slowdowns are, but I know from listeners that have texted in that Parley's Canyon is a joke. Avoid it if you can. It is a disaster. Do not go.
Multiple accidents, I think. There.
All the way up there from Lambs Canyon all the way to Park City itself. So avoid that as much as possible. There is a crash northbound I-15 at 50th South in Salt Lake. The right shoulder is taken over, so go around on the left-hand side. That's not going to be cleared until about 9:15. There's a crash southbound Bangor Highway at 134 South in Riverton. The right lanes are closed as well on that side, so go around on the left. That's not going to be cleared until 9:30, so it looks like it's kind of a big one. And, you know, there's all the crashes up Parley's Canyon, Lambs Canyon, so be careful going up there. Again, it's still slick because it's cold. It was wet roads this morning. So give yourself some space in between the car in front of you. And that's brought to you by Gracie's. It's open daily for lunch and dinner and brunch on Fridays and Saturdays and Sundays. Watch your favorite sports in high definition or enjoy food, drinks, and live music. Gracie's is on the corner of 3rd South and West Temple, adults only.
All right, we're going to take a break here. Robert Gerke will be here in a minute. We can talk to him about the messes that the legislature are preparing to make.
We talked with Troy Williams about all the LGBTQ stuff. Maybe we can talk to Robert about some of the other messes that they're making.
Now, of course, Sunday we have our brunch.
At Squatters.
Yes.
At Squatters, and that's sold out, but we're going to give away some passes.
We've got some special passes to give away for their Fine, Just Fine with Frank Christ.
The Frank Christ Presents feature, that's where you can win that. Also coming up next week, just so you know, we'll be broadcasting live from Park City.
Yep.
At the Treasure Mountain Inn once again on Thursday and Friday. Is that
yes,
what we're going to be?
Thursday and Friday.
We're hosted by our good friends at Slam Dance.
Yes, we'll be up at the Treasure Mountain Inn again.
Mm-hmm. And, that'll be Thursday and Friday of next week. And because of construction, we'll probably be broadcasting from home next week
yes,
as well.
I'm double-checking and waiting for confirmation on that.
As far as we know.
And Bill, sick today, not on the air, but Katie's saying he might be broadcasting from home tomorrow.
Yes, I'm going to get his equipment to him today, and we'll see how that goes.
All right. I like to perpetuate that he's hiking with Julian Sands. But
yeah.
He's sick at home.
Yes.
All right, Gerke is next.
Listen to Radio from Hell at Home when you first wake up.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Radio from Hell show is proud to announce a brand new entertainment in downtown Salt Lake City.
That's right. It's the grand opening of Carrie and Bill's Shakespeare Dinner Theater, where patrons can enjoy the very best in culture and cuisine.
Each month, Bill and I will present a brand new Shakespeare play for your delight.
And with each play, we'll change our dinner theater menu. We begin this weekend with Hamlet, Prince of Denmark. Who's there? Nay, answer me. Stand and unfold yourself.
Long live the king.
Bernardo?
Line. He.
You come most carefully upon your hour.
'Tis now struck 12. Get thee to bed, Francisco.
And with immortal lines like that from the Bard, you get your choice of Hamlet Hawaiian-style ham, a juicy ham steak with a pineapple ring, or the Polonius chicken pot pie.
And what's even more fun, not only will Bill and I play most of the parts, but we'll be your waiters.
In coming months, you'll delight to other great Shakespearean masterpieces.
Like The Taming of the Shrew, with me as Petruchio, and Bill as Catherine the Shrew.
If I be waspish, best beware my sting.
My remedy is then to pluck it out.
Aye, if the fool could find it where it lies.
Who knows where a wasp does wear his sting? In his tail.
In his tongue.
Whose tongue?
Yours, if you talk of tails, and so farewell.
What? With my tongue in your tail? Nay, come again, good Kate, I am a gentleman.
It's Carrie and Bill's Shakespeare Dinner Theater in the old Felt Electric building in the Regent Street alley off 2nd South.
And look in your Happenings coupon book for a 2-for-1 coupon, good on Wednesdays and Thursdays at Carrie and Bill's Shakespeare Dinner Theater. Your dinners are full price, but one of you will get to sit through the play twice.
Get thee hence to Carrie and Bill's Shakespeare Dinner Theater, where you give us the dough and we put on the show.
Do that giveaway quickly?
Yeah, listen to Radio from Hell all week long to win an immunity armor drip from Prime IV Riverwood at 4801 North University Avenue in Provo. More information at x96.com, but you can text HYDRATE, HYDRATE, to 33986 right now to win an immunity armor drip. It's an infusion that provides a pick-me-up for your immune system, including vitamin C, zinc, B vitamins, and much more. It's a $250 value, so Prime IV Riverwoods, go look it up.
All right, Gerke.
Who's that journalist? The pickle guy. Gerke! Gerke! Radio from Hell on X96.
Robert Gerke here from the Tribune.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm doing well. It sounds like Bill could have used the immunity armor drip.
Exactly.
Yes.
He had one, but not. It was a while ago. He probably
needs to keep up. He needs his boosters.
He does.
Well, we had Troy Williams from Equality Utah on earlier today talking about all the...
Yeah, there's a guy who's got his hands full, right?
Yeah. But, so we kind of went in depth on that stuff that the legislature's doing. So maybe you could help us with, I know you just wrote about the abortion ban.
Yeah, so yesterday they passed a bill that would change the rules for judicial procedure to try to get rid of. The sponsor said this was not his intent, but you can believe it if you want.
Right.
But to get rid of the injunction that's been put in place that has blocked Utah's abortion ban from taking effect. So if this passes, and it's looking like it's going to, it would change the rules. The state could file to have the injunction lifted, and then the abortion ban would go into effect. It's just sort of a backdoor way to try to get this back into effect, because the judge blocked it because he said, well, we need to figure out if there's a constitutional right to an abortion in the Utah State Constitution, and until we do that, we don't want to ban abortion completely.
Which makes sense.
So they didn't like that. Obviously, they don't like the courts being any kind of a check on the legislative power, and so they're going to go in and bully the courts around, and it's going to end up getting litigated too, because is it constitutional to retroactively change? I mean, there's a separation of powers issue between the courts and the legislature, so we'll see how that one goes. The other one that I think is getting a lot of attention today, this afternoon, there's a hearing on the school voucher bill. And it's kind of interesting. They did this last year, and I think they thought it worked well for them. So they're moving all of the really controversial stuff up to the front of the session to try to get it out of the way. So that's why we see a lot of these LGBTQ bills coming out now. It's why we see the abortion bills coming out now. We're going to see a conversion therapy bill that would rewrite the conversion therapy law, the ban that was put in place a couple years ago. And this afternoon is school vouchers. And I think they've still got a lot of problems with this bill, personally, because if you live in rural Utah, if you live outside of the Wasatch Front, where are you going to send? It's like having a coupon for unicorn rides, because you're not going to get, it's not going to do you any good if there are 11 counties in the state that don't have a private school, and 7 of them only have one private school in them. So for 18 counties in the state, it's not a functional, operational solution. And then they tie it, I know you guys have talked about this, how they've tied it to the teacher bonuses. That
it shouldn't have anything to do with
Whereas, okay, guys, go along with this and we'll give you some money, basically. That's extortion, I think, more than anything.
Thank you for using the E word, because I was going to, and I didn't want to be a jerk.
I get to be a jerk.
You get to be.
They're used to it with me being a jerk, but it's just the sponsor of the bill has said the most important thing in education is for teachers and students, right? So she wants to connect both of these things together. It's like, well, if they're the most important things, they're going to pass almost 600 bills this session, at least 500, and they can pass 2 bills that do both things. This is something that they pride themselves on, is not bundling up issues that are unrelated and then trying to.
And Utah voters have voted multiple times that they don't want this.
Yeah, in 2007 was the big one. That was when we repealed their voucher bill. And then last year, they tried to run this voucher bill, a similar voucher bill, although frankly it was probably a better version of this bill. And it failed 22 to 53 in the House. It wasn't really all that close. So I think they've still got some issues. I think they, I was up there on Tuesday, and they have probably 12 to 15 lobbyists, activists running around the halls trying to, drum up support for this. And, one of the things that bothers me is we don't see where the money's coming from on this. A lot of it we know is Charles Koch money. Excuse me. But there's a lot of money being poured into this, and we just don't really have any transparency on where that's money
And wouldn't that money be, if they're pouring money into schools, wouldn't that be better just to pour it into the public school system?
Well, then that's the argument, is that they say, well, we don't like public schools, and so we want to put our kids in a better school. Hey, why don't you take that money and make the public schools better?
The people who are going to benefit from this are the people who can already send their kids to private schools. In fact, when New Hampshire passed a similar bill, 90% of the people who applied for their vouchers already had kids in private schools. They were already paying that. All they were getting is a rebate from the state, and the schools were getting that money taken out of the public schools. And so, it has a real potential to do some harm. I also just want to say, I want to emphasize this, that anybody listening who thinks this is a terrible idea like I do, or even if they think it's a great idea. This is one that I think your legislator will listen to you on, especially if you live in sort of the south end of Salt Lake County, some of those more moderate districts. I think they'll listen to you. So I think it's important that people contact their legislator and let them know how they feel about this stuff, because this bill is, this is one that leadership in the Republican Party has made a priority. And if the citizens of Utah don't make it clear where they stand on this, it's going to have a rocket on its back.
Even if your legislator is not someone you voted for, they are still representing you. You have a right to communicate with them. And we said this earlier when we were talking to Troy Williams. Don't send them a form letter.
Just they've seen them all.
In your own words, and not being hostile, and it doesn't have to be a long email. You can send them a message saying how you feel about it.
Yeah, it's hard to get up there and meet with your person in person. And they're busy, you're busy, but email, phone call, they will respond to that, and let them know you're a constituent. And everybody makes fun of me because I always say be polite, be resolute.
No, that's something that Troy taught me.
But, people like, well, they don't listen if you're polite. Well, they don't listen if you yell at them either. So
they dig their heels in.
Yeah. So
how do people find out who their legislator is?
There's if you go to le.utah.gov, there's a link on the bottom right that says find your legislator, and it'll ask you to type in your address, and it'll tell you who your senator is, who your representative is. And it'll give you their email address. Usually it gives you at least an office phone number. Oftentimes it's their cell phone number. And then, social media is a great way too, because a lot of these guys have social media accounts, either Twitter, Facebook, the like, and you can contact them that way. I would prefer it. I think an email is probably better than social media.
Then they have it on file.
But then they have it on file, and a lot of times it's the interns that deal with those and sift through those. But let your voice be heard, because it's easy to complain about everything that's going to happen in the next 40 plus days, but it's more important, I think.
And the arguments that people make for the people who are for this, what is it that they say? Is it these are my tax dollars, and I should be able to use my school tax dollars on my kid in this school? Is that the argument?
Well, I think there is a parental rights element to it, whereas if I don't want to send my kid to East High School, I want to send him to Judge, then I should be able to do that. But I shouldn't have to pay. I shouldn't have to be paying for my kid's education at East High School if he's getting it at Judge.
But that's a perfect example for me.
Yeah,
I have two kids at Judge right now. I would never take this money, because me, like Carrie, who has no kids pays the same, we pay the same taxes. My taxes, I want to go to the public schools because we all benefit from an education.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They view a lot of these taxes as more like user fees, right?
It's not that.
It's not that. If you don't have kids, you still end up paying for other people's kids to go. If my kids are done in high school in the public school system, I don't suddenly get a tax break, right? So it's not that simplistic. It doesn't work that way.
How much my taxes pay for police? I would like a private police officer to sit on my porch every night while I'm sleeping. That's how I want my tax dollars for the police.
You don't get to direct where your tax dollars go. If it did, things would be very different.
Yeah,
you don't get that, and that's what the fundamental. It's like the dumb people. I mean, I'm a high school graduate, Nebo School District. That's all I got.
Carrie, if your parents had access to this, you would have been able to get a lot better education.
But I understand this better than these rich people with college degrees who have kids in private school.
Before we move on, you mentioned something that really sticks in my craw. They always say these private schools are better. But most of the studies that have been done on states that have enacted voucher programs, the students do considerably worse than those who remain behind in public schools. And so there's nothing to show. But this is an interesting twist in this bill. There is no testing for the private school students. So we're never going to know if they actually do better or not, if this is benefiting kids or not. They don't want to have that accountability. And as parents, if you're looking at a private school to send your kid to and you don't have any measurable, yardsticks to determine which schools are better and which ones aren't, you're going to be in the dark. You're just going to have this voucher and just going to go give it to the first scamster who asked you for it.
Dave's school.
Come on down.
Yeah.
Anything else that we should be paying attention to?
Abortion.
Oh boy, there's so much. Yeah, the abortion stuff is getting going. The Utah state flag got
Oh.
is
How's that
one step closer to being a reality. It's going to go to the floor. It got out of committee yesterday. It's things are getting going really fast right now. This conversion therapy bill, I think, is going to be an interesting fight, because if you remember, there was a bill that tried to ban it. Some of the Republicans blocked it on sort of quasi-religious grounds. The governor's office, through regulatory rule, put into place something that prohibits conversion therapy, trying to change people from gay to straight.
Yeah.
And now they kind of want to water that down. They want to walk that back because they think that was the governor going too far, and that it should be the legislature making those decisions. And so that bill came out yesterday. That's going to be a fight, because we thought this was one that had been resolved and going to put to bed.
Yes.
And now it's coming back again for a sequel.
There are a lot of resources that you can go to. Go to Equality Utah. I know that they've got all the information and contact information and how to reach out, because these people are attacking our friends.
Yeah.
And it's time for us to stand up and say, no, you can't do that.
Yeah.
All right. Gerke, thank you very
much.
Right, Robert Gerke, Salt Lake Tribune.
Who's that journalist? The pickle guy.
Read his stuff. Read his stuff in the
He
Tribune.
goes to the legislature, so you don't have to.
Follow him on Twitter. He's an excellent follow.
There you go. Traffic crash on Washington Boulevard at 1400 North in Weber County. Clearance time isn't until 9:45, so that's going to keep some slowage down going on. The northbound crash at I-15 on 50th South in Salt Lake. The right shoulder is still closed until about 9:15, so go around on the left side there. I've heard from the listeners of the program that the Bangor Highway is really backed up due to that crash on 134th South in Riverton, so the right lanes are closed and go around there. Otherwise, the crash is up Parley's Canyon. It's going to be slow up Parley's Canyon. Avoid it if you can. Go around if you can avoid it at all. And that is traffic brought to you by Feldman's Deli, Utah's authentic Jewish deli with expanded hours, now open Tuesday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 8:30 p.m., breakfast till 10:30, lunch and dinner and live music Fridays and Saturdays. More information at feldmansdeli.com.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be back. Frank Christ presents They're Fine. They're Just Fine. Yes. Our Dead Celebrity game coming up. If you win the game, you'll win the game. You'll win...
You'll get some you'll get tickets to our Lights Camera Brunch event that is sold out. So
for Sunday.
Yeah, for this Sunday from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m.
at Squatters. Thank you. All right, we'll have that for you coming up. Stand by for that. 877-602-9696 if you want to line up and play Frank Christ Presents They're Fine, They're Just Fine. 877-602-9696. Salt Lake Film Society. Go to slfs.org, home of independent film, the Broadway Center Cinemas. I wish we had the Salt Lake Film Society when I was growing up.
Oh, yeah, you totally would have used that.
Because we used to, the closest thing we had to an independent film scene was this little theater called the Blue Mouse. And you'd get to, you'd go to see, all of these foreign films and art films and the Rocky Horror Picture Show. And so you had to keep track of what was playing at the Blue Mouse. But now it's easy and it's bigger with the Salt Lake Film Society.
It's a great night out, fantastic concession stand there. They've got unique, interesting items there that you're gonna want to go to, and about 80% of the Oscar nominees, which are coming out pretty soon,
yes,
will be playing at the Broadway, so you can get caught up before the Academy Awards on all those.
Well, people will be calling you and saying, "Well, you go to those movies. Tell me about this performance.
Exactly.
Is it worth it?" And you'll be the smart person in the room. So it's a nonprofit, locally owned and operated Salt Lake Film Society, donor-supported art house. Join the Red Carpet Club as a subscriber. Your donation supports enriching programs, and plus you'll receive special events and concessions perks. Go to Broadway Center Cinemas, or for times and tickets, visit slfs.org.
Hi, I'm Todd.
You know, ever since
Yes.
Orange 45 was kicked off of Twitter.
Yeah.
Permanently.
Do you miss him?
No. Because here's why. I used to, doom scroll. I used to just go through it and just go, oh my God, what the hell has he done now? Now I get this fun content now. This is why I joined Twitter, was for the fun stuff. That's why I was here originally.
Fun stuff like what?
Like this. You can always count on Geek Twitter to, well, mostly outrage me, but occasionally surprise me with this wonderful little exchange between some geeks here. A poem.
Okay.
A poem.
And then 2 follow-up poems. Roses are red, violets are blue. You'll never pass the Kobayashi Maru.
I'm sorry.
It's a
I don't know what
Star
that
Trek
is.
reference. It's
It's
a battle maneuver, and
It's a test that they give you at Starfleet Academy that you cannot win. And
Oh.
the purpose of the test is to teach you what it's like to deal with a no-win scenario.
an
where,
unwinnable situation.
An unwinnable scenario and so you have to be, as a captain, be able to face death and.
And of course, Kirk was the only one to ever successfully.
Of course.
Well, and here's the follow-up. Roses are red. Visit Ontario. I don't believe in the no-win scenario. Then followed up with, roses are red. Some tulips are black. You can bypass it with a Kirkian hack.
I'd rather have Trump.
But,
I'd rather have
really?
Trump. Yeah.
Not me. I will take this over doom scrolling any day.
I haven't been doom scrolling lately, so that's nice.
I miss the anger.
You miss the anger?
Yes.
I'm relieved to be.
Listen, Starfleet Academy's tests are terrible. Starfleet Academy tests are the worst.
Try Trump University.
Trump University tests superiorly.
Simple tests.
All right.
I think one of my favorite Trumpy things was those stories where he could have been a professional baseball player.
Oh yeah, he's the best baseball player they'd ever seen.
I was very good.
The best, they said.
Went on and on.
Because that's what I think of when I look at him as professional athlete.
People were hard pressed to even remember that he had played baseball in any organized fashion anywhere. Now they did finally find some people say, "Oh yeah, he was." Yeah, I do remember that, but I was being scouted by the pros.
People are saying, and I'm hearing that this Mr. Spock is no good. And he's low IQ, and his test is stupid.
We haven't given we were supposed to give a Tiger Woods update every 9 minutes today, and we haven't done it.
Damn
Nobody told me we were supposed to do that.
Well, it's the only news story that's happening right now, Bill.
Because I'm just looking at pictures. They pulled the car out of the woods where he went down a ravine.
Mm-hmm.
It is amazing he survived that.
Yeah, it is. It's just totally crumpled.
Another Tiger Woods updates. Following the story for you every 9 minutes on the nines, a Tiger Woods update. Tiger Woods is fine. He's just fine.
I mean, not really fine. Not like fine. He's.
I did your Ashley Judd story, and you weren't even here.
I was. My camera's just not.
Are you here now?
Yes,
Yeah, I
I'm
can't
right
tell.
here.
Where?
I'm right here.
I can't.
Over here.
I don't. What?
Right here.
No, I don't.
I'm
see
in
you.
your head. I'm in your ears.
I don't see you.
You know, I've got an old camera that you can mount on top of your computer. One of those old ones, you know.
Yeah, but then I look like I'm being filmed on an old camera, right?
No.
No.
Gina, go to the web, and what I did, I've got a nice. It's an HD Pro Logitech camera. I think it was $28.
Yeah, it wasn't much at all.
That's what I use. I plug that into my computer, and it's got a long cord, and I can move it around wherever I want.
All right.
It's $28.
Okay. I'll get it.
wealthy family like you can afford a
wealthy
$28.
family. What is a wealthy family?
Just get up out of the lap of luxury and get a camera, will you?
Okay. I was trying to save money by using my phone.
Well, it's caused nothing but problems so far.
Yeah, and let's talk to the accountant guy about how you can write it off or something.
I can't because I'm an employee, remember?
Oh, yeah, and that's when Orange 45 changed the rules so that I can't write things off or take mileage.
Exactly.
Always comes back to Donald Trump, doesn't it? You
Everything.
liberals.
Beginning of the show, end of show.
Another Tiger Woods update. Maybe this will distract. Tiger Woods' car is beyond repair.
Yes.
We'll have more for you coming up, as this is the only news story happening in the nation today. Tiger Woods.
I think we need to examine how he got the name Eldrick. That's his name.
Tiger Woods update. People are asking, and it has yet to be answered. How did he get the name Eldrick, and did this contribute to his angry driving? Was he also pounding on the steering wheel saying, Eldrick, Eldrick, why Eldrick? People are saying, and I'm hearing. Tiger Woods update.
Is the celebrity Grim Reaper, a job he does not care for.
I hate my job. I love our precious celebrities. I'm very concerned about Julian Sands right now.
Yeah, he's you haven't gone looking for him in the hills?
I have not been given any orders, no.
Okay, well,
he's hiking and missing.
Frank's job is to take the souls of dead celebrities and escort them to the next realm. And it's actually, this is like eternal torture for you, Frank, because you want to be close to celebrities, but you are close to them after they have passed.
I love our celebrities, and I'm not allowed to talk to them that much. I want to be their friends.
I know you do. But you come in every morning for this game, this creepy, weird game that we play called Frank Christ Presents.
They're fine. They're just fine.
So it's a list of celebrities. 3 of them are fine.
I've never met them, or I may have seen them. but never met them.
Well, one of them you have met and escorted to the other side, and we get a friend of the program on the phone to try to figure out which one that is, and we give them a prize if they answer correctly. Katie, what's the prize today?
The prize is, tickets to our Lights, Camera, Brunch, Not Safe for Work podcast recording, which is sold out. It's happening this Sunday, the 22nd, at Squatters Pub from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., and you can enjoy some brunch drinks and a special Not Safe for Work podcast recording, meaning lots of swearing. Lots of swearing.
Do we have a contestant on the
Dan will be playing today. Hello, Dan. Dan,
hello.
Dan, how are you today?
Yeah. I'm fine. I'm just fine.
That is so good. So good to hear. We have today a list of celebrity lady wrestlers. I'm going to read you this list, Dan. 3 of these wrestlers are still with us. One is no longer. And you'll tell us at the end which one you think that is. Number 1, Cherry. Cherry went by names like Cherry Pie, Cara Slice, changed her name sometimes. Worked for the World Wrestling Entertainment as the manager of former tag team champions Deuce and Domino. As a performer for its SmackDown brand, she teamed up with Jerry Lawler and defeated Romeo Rosselli and Velvet Sky in a mixed tag team match.
Oh, that was a heck of a battle.
Number 2, Ashley Mazzaro. Mazzaro made her debut in WWE after winning the WWE Diva Search. She was incorporated into the Raw brand, where she had her first wrestling feud against Vince's Devils while aligning herself with Trish Stratus to defeat the team. With Stratus, she was involved in another feud with lots of feuds in wrestling, it sounds like.
No one gets along in wrestling. I don't understand.
That's Ashley Mazzaro. Number 3, Beth Phoenix. She was a WWE Divas champion and a 3-time WWE Women's champion. She had a successful amateur wrestling career in high school, winning several tournaments before being trained as a professional wrestler for the All-Nighters, Beth Phoenix. And number 4, Nikki Bella. Wasn't she John Cena's girlfriend for a while?
I can look it up.
I think she was.
Well, a girl can dream.
Professional wrestler and television personality. She was signed to WWE as an ambassador. Bella signed with WWE along with her twin sister, Brie Bella. They had the duo, the Bella Twins. They hold the record for the longest reign of the title of WWE Divas, Nikki Bella.
Yes, they did date for 6 years.
Yeah,
in 2012.
I thought I
started in 2012.
Pretty serious.
So, Dan, which one of those lady wrestlers is not fine, just fine?
My guess would be Beth.
Beth Phoenix. No, I'm sorry. She's 42 years old. And
she's fine. I saw her the other day. She's just fine.
We'll give you another chance because we really want to give away these tickets to Squatter. So I'm gonna read the names again, and you tell me who you think it is. Is it number 1, Jerry? Number 2, Ashley Mazzaro? Or number 4, Nikki Bella?
I'm going to go with Ashley.
Good choice. Ashley died in September of 2021. Sad story. USA Today article stated that she died by suicide. And there were a couple of other suicides of wrestlers in the succeeding 2 years. So it spurred a conversation about mental health in the professional wrestling industry. Dan, you got those tickets to join us on Sunday at Squatters.
Yay, I'm very excited. I'll be there for sure.
Excellent.
We'll see you there.
Hang on the line. I think Dawson will get some information for you, and we'll see you on Sunday. Now, Frank, are you coming to the brunch? Will you be there?
I'll be there in spirit. Does that count? No, I won't be in any sort of physical. I don't want to frighten anyone.
That's true.
Besides, I may be off looking for Julian Sands this weekend.
You would be busy. So,
has anyone seen Tippi Hedren?
Oh, Melanie Griffith's mom.
93.
Wow.
How about Shelley Fabre? 79.
She has famous parents too.
Shelley Fabre?
Yeah. I can't remember who.
Well, I'll stay away from Dolly Parton. It's
Yeah,
her birthday.
don't you dare.
Birthday
Frank.
today, 77. I'll go find Paula Dean, 76.
That's, yeah.
Butter. I'll boop her with butter. Oh.
You could use Carrie's ornament, his butter ornament. There you go.
Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
Bye, Frank.
You know, it's Sundance starting today, and I bet Frank hovers around.
He'll probably.
Because so many celebrities at Sundance.
Yeah.
Him and Sean Reyes, they're both star huggers. That's why Sean has his job, so he can get into all the good parties. Just flash that badge. All right. We will take a break. We will be back. Big Boy News and Opinioendo coming up. Stand by. RandLife.com/X96. If you're looking to purchase a new home, Rand Life Home Loans has a loan program for just about everybody. First-time buyers, they offer down payment assistance for all Utahns, including 100% financing options. If you're looking to buy a home while you're selling your current home, Rand Life offers bridge loans that allow you to purchase a new home before your current home sells. That's very important. These are just a few examples of the many loan programs that Rand Life has to offer, and you can find them by visiting randlife.com/X96. House hunting. Use Rand Life Home Loans to purchase your home before March 31st, and once interest rates drop, they will give you a voucher to refinance your home without lender fees. That's something that you should definitely talk to them about. I know Bill speaks very highly of them. He's been in business with them for many, many years. So visit randlife.com/X96. Learn more. Speak with an expert about your situation. randlife.com/X96.
Hi, I'm Todd Newcomb, Program Director of X90.
Crater. Spell it with me now. Crater, C-R-A-T-E-R. And now we'll use it in some dialogue featuring that quintessential Utahn LeGrand R. Dunn and his son, LeGrand R. Dunn II, or LeGrand Jr., as the family calls him. Let's join them now as they stand in the line to see Santa Claus at the mall.
Now you remember, Junior, tell Santy nice and loud what you want for Christmas.
Okay.
But only ask for them inexpensive gifts that we already discussed betwixt the two of us.
I'm afraid of Santa Claus, Dad. He won't hurt me, will he?
Oh, no, of course not. As long as you don't ask him for them expensive gifts.
Okay.
You see that little boy over there with the broken arm?
Yeah.
He asked Sandy for one of them fancy video game thingers. Sandy has a lot of work to do at Christmas time, and he can get a little bit testy.
Well, how come Santa Claus gives us presents at Christmas time? I mean, Christmas is his birthday, not ours. We should give Santa Claus presents.
What? You think Christmas is Sandy Claus's birthday?
Yeah.
Oh, Lord, I knew I shouldn't have let you go to public school. I knew I should have kept up with that John and Vicky Singer home study plan. Christmas is not Sandy's birthday.
Well, whose birthday is it then?
Christmas is the birthday of Jesus Christ our Savior. And Jesus is the Son of God, the creator of the universe, and the creator of everybody and everything that's in it.
Everybody? I mean, did God create Batman?
Yes.
And Barney?
Yes.
And Coral Malone? And you and me and Mommy and even Santa Claus?
He is the creator of all things.
So I guess if God and Santa Claus got in a fight, God would win then.
That's it. We are getting out of this line, and we're going over to Temple Square right now. You have got some learning to do.
Yeah.
22, Big Boy News and Opinioendo now, brought to you by...
Hurry into your locally owned Big O Tires now through through January 29th, and buy 3 tires, get 1 free on our 4 select in-stock Nexen and Aspen tires. Big O Tires, the team you trust.
Thank you.
Well, it's official. Alec Baldwin and the armorer on the set of Rust will be charged with involuntary manslaughter in the death of cinematographer Helena Hutchins in October 2021. Baldwin fired the shot that killed Hutchins while preparing to film a scene in a church in the building of Bonanza Creek Ranch near Santa Fe, New Mexico. The armorer, Hannah Gutierrez Reed, loaded the weapon. Santa Fe prosecutor announced the charges in a statement this morning. Baldwin was holding a Colt .45 revolver, which he had been told was cold, meaning it contained only dummy rounds. But investigators found the gun was loaded with 1 live bullet, which went through Hutchins' torso and lodged in the shoulder of director Joel Souza. Now, I don't think Alec Baldwin should get in a lot of trouble for this.
It's not his fault.
You are on a movie set. Somebody hands you a prop gun. You should have a reasonable assumption that there are not actual bullets in this gun. Now, what? And it should be a law that there are never any live bullets anywhere near a movie set.
Totally agree.
And I don't know if this will cause new laws to be passed for that. I think the armor absolutely is responsible for this.
Yes. If anybody is, it's him. I don't know why they're dragging Alec Baldwin.
It's her. It's a woman, actually, who's
the judge?
No, a woman is the armorer.
Oh, no. I mean, that's what I'm saying, is that the armorer should go completely down for this. I don't know why they're dragging Alec Baldwin into it.
Yeah. So my guess is he won't be convicted of this, but he has been charged with, involuntary manslaughter means you killed somebody and you didn't mean to, but I think it also means you're being reckless, and he's on a movie set. It's a prop gun. He had no...
You were told that it was safe.
Now, he's made some mistakes in saying, I never pulled the trigger.
Well, sorry.
Of course you did.
They use blanks because it gives it a more realistic look on screen, because you get concussion, you get the pushback, you get the motion, and that's why they do it. I know there's a lot of talk about it. It should be all CGI. Yes, it should be, but you don't get
it's not quite the same.
You don't get that realistic look.
In Canada, the legal drinking age is between 18 and 19, depending on the location. But new guidelines from the nation's Canadian Center on Substance Abuse and Addiction not only discourage young people from throwing one too many back, the center is now warning everyone away from more than 2 drinks per week, with a standard drink equaling a bottle of beer, a glass of wine, or a shot. This isn't a day. This is a week. That's a big drop from previous guidelines set out in 2011, which said Canadians could reduce long-term health risks by consuming no more than 10 drinks a week for women, 15 for men. That seems more reasonable.
Now, before your right-wing uncle gets a hold of this story and tries to convince you otherwise, the Canadian government is not making people do this. This is not a law. This is not a restriction. It is a suggestion. All right?
And I'm sure that's true.
Just don't smoke,
I'm sure only drinking 2 drinks a week is healthier for you than 10. I'm sure I don't think any of us are going to lobby for that 10 drinks a week is better for you than 2.
No.
But there's that. Charles Manson, he died a long time ago.
Yes.
A Los Angeles judge is going to decide this week on who inherits the notorious cult leader's estimated $1 million estate. Now, the answer to that question should be, well, to the families of the victims who were killed in the Manson family murders. Why are we not?
Why is this a debate?
Is this a debate? Those looking to take over as sole heir, and also why does he have $1 million estate?
That was my next question.
Those looking to take over as sole heir include a former martial arts fighter, Mason Freeman, who claims to be the criminal's grandson. Manson's biological son, Daniel Arguelles, also argued he should take over the reins, while memorabilia collector Michael Channels claimed Manson left everything to him in a 2002 will. He said they were friends and pen pals for decades.
Sure.
Arguelles, on the other hand, alleged Manson fathered him during a one-night stand with his mother in 1959. Meanwhile, a birth certificate for Charles Manson Jr. filed in court appeared to show Freeman's ties to the infamous criminal, detailing how Jr. was born April 10th, 1956 in Los Angeles to then 21-year-old Manson and 18-year-old Rosalie Jean Willis.
You're Charles Manson Jr. You still haven't changed your name?
You're going?
You're sticking
going
with that. You're doubling down with that. Okay.
I'm just stuck on how
he has that. I mean, I
Now,
guess,
how
I guess
he
that
has-
farmland up there was pretty valuable, I suppose.
I guess he's gotten rights to his story, and I don't
Okay.
know. I'm
It's time once again for Ask Manson, starring America's favorite answer man, Charles Manson. Our first letter comes from Beth Del Monte from Wichita, Kansas.
Dear Charles, I have 3 rambunctious children. How do you remove a tomato stain from a Persian rug?
You can't get a stain out. You think I'm the stain. They say Charlie is a stain, and they try to rub me out and put me in a jail cell. Only you don't. You just spread me around more. I'm beside your children. I'm a stain all out there in the world. I'm not just locked up. You're locked up in the prison. I'm free. I'm floating around and looking around. I like it up here. You should try some lemon juice.
Ask Manson was brought to you by Happy Children's Toys, fun for all ages.
That's the best thing Bob Odenkirk has ever done.
I will disagree with you, but thank you for your enthusiasm. One more.
One more?
Yeah.
Stephen Smith is speaking out and apologizing after he made comments about Rihanna's upcoming performance at the Super Bowl. This could have been a Boer candidate.
Sure.
During an appearance on Sherry, the ESPN commentator was asked by host Sherry Shepard about the upcoming halftime performance and if he was excited about Rihanna being the headliner. He said, well, I don't want to say I'm not excited. She's fantastic. She's spectacular, actually, and congratulations on the new baby, but she ain't no Beyonce.
Well, no. Why was that necessary to point out?
Now, Beyonce had a fantastic Super Bowl halftime performance.
It was incredible.
Why
do you got to do that?
Rihanna's wonderful.
Yes.
So he's apologizing now.
All right. Weather?
Well, we're sitting at 29 degrees outside right now, so it's chilly. We're only going to get a high of about 35 today, and it's going to be about 24 tonight. Looks like we could get some snow around 10 o'clock to noon this morning, and we're going to get off and on showers throughout the day and possibly through tomorrow morning. But it looks like it might clear up tomorrow morning, or tomorrow afternoon, I should say. Otherwise, be prepared for a little bit of snow off and on and cold weather today.
Thank you very much. We'll take a break. We will be back. HasterGames.com, or better yet, go to their location. They've been there and doing this longer than anybody that I know of in Salt Lake. 6831 South State Street. And what I'm talking about, of course, is the thing that has been around forever but is now suddenly popular with all the cool kids. Dungeons and Dragons, tabletop gaming, Pokemon, Magic the Gathering, miniatures, dice, all that stuff. It's extremely popular with the cool kids now. And Haster Games can get you into it. Just go down there, talk to them. They'll sit down with you and teach you how to play a lot of these games. This week at Haster, Phyrexia, All Will Be One. The upcoming Magic set is releasing soon. They're going to be holding a special pre-release event for the set on February 3rd and 4th, which can be pre-registered for online or in the store. The set features iconic Magic characters return to the game in ways you might not expect. You don't want to miss this out. So it's Phyrexia, All Will Be One from Magic the Gathering. They also have a large selection of traditional family board games, if that's what you're looking for. But boy, they specialize in the tabletop role-playing games. 6831 South State Street, Hastur has it.
Yeah.
Sturdy. Spell it with me now. S-T-U-R-D-Y. And now we'll use it in a little bit of dialogue, starring as our Utah friends LeVar and LeGrand. The scene takes place in LeGrand's family room as this conversation ensues. Again, the word is sturdy.
A beautiful sight, we're happy tonight, walking in a winter wonderland. Well, that does it. Took a lot of work to get the old family room ready for Christmas, but there's still one very important thing I got to do, LeVar, to make sure Christmas goes off without a hitch.
Well, what could you have possibly left out, LeGrand? I mean, the whole room looks like it jumped out of Good Housekeeping's Christmas issue.
Thanks.
I mean, the tree is up and beautifully decorated. There's mistletoe and holly wreaths in all the right places.
Don't stand under that mistletoe.
Oh, all right. And the stockings are hung by the chimbley with care.
Yeah.
What possibly could you have left out?
Well, just come on over here by the fireplace, LeVar. Come and take a good look inside the fireplace and tell me what you see.
Looks like an ordinary chimbley to me.
Look at all that soot. If I don't do something about all that soot, Sandy will pass us by this year.
I don't follow what you're saying.
Well, sturdy. The fireplace sturdy. That soot's nearly a half-inch thick.
Well, that's what happens with all the smoke. The chimbley gets sturdy.
Well, you know how particular and health-smart Sandy is.
Yeah.
Sandy won't come down any chimbley sturdy.
Me too. I feel the same way that Santa does.
Huh?
I mean, me neither. I won't come down a chimbley sturdy neither. That's funny.
You playing Sandy somewhere here in town, LeVar? I can't imagine you as a Santa Claus.
Oh, I'm a great Santa, LeGrand. I got a big bag of goodies, if you know what I mean.
No.
A big bag to stuff down the chimbley. But only if it's clean.
I better call someone to come over and clean this year chimbley, or Sandy won't come.
Stop it! You're killing me.
What?
Who are you gonna call? You gonna call one of them doctors that specializes in chimbleys? Maybe he could prescribe a shot of penicillin to clean it out.
No, I'm just gonna call a chimbley sweep. He'll bring a big long brush and then climb up on top and shove it down the flue.
That sounds painful.
You know, LeVar, sometimes you really puzzle me.
Shove it down the flue.
I have a
You what?
One of those
things.
You know
those.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
My guess is, as I read this list, the list is people you didn't know were in Marvel movies. Kerry Jackson is going to say.
Well, we'll see. I'll bet there's at least one on this list that I don't know.
Okay. I will read the name of the person, and we'll see if you know which one they're in.
Okay.
Elizabeth Banks.
Elizabeth Banks is in Doctor Strange.
This says she was in the Spider-Man trilogy.
Oh.
She played J. Jonah Jameson's assistant.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
At the Daily Bugle.
That's right. Toby Maguire's
Yes, back then. Okay, so you said MCU. I didn't count those.
Oh,
I didn't either.
Yeah.
Donald Glover.
Yeah.
Yes, he's also in a Spider-Man.
Spider-Man Homecoming.
Yes. His ice cream melts.
He plays the character who would eventually become the Prowler in the comics.
Kevin Smith.
Yes, he's in Daredevil.
Yep, very good.
He's the guy running the not the mortuary, but the
forensic assistant.
Forensic assistants, yes.
This one surprised me. I bet you don't know this one. Jenna Ortega.
This I do. Oh, wait.
She, she was Wednesday.
Yeah.
New Mutants?
No, that was Arya from.
Oh, okay.
Which one?
She was 11 years old.
Oh.
Wow.
It was her film debut.
Okay.
She played the vice president's daughter in Iron Man 3.
Oh, I never saw that one. Okay.
Oh,
that
it's a
makes
good
sense.
one.
Okay.
But she was little kid.
Oh,
her
okay.
very first movie.
Well, now I got to go back and look and see if it looks like little Wednesday Addams.
It will. She's so pretty.
Yes.
Hannibal Buress.
Hannibal Buress is also in the Spider-Man movies.
Yes.
Yes, he's the coach.
Danny Pudi. He
Danny
was
Pudi.
Abed on Community.
In Community, yes, he was in. Oh, I can see him. Not Daredevil, but he's in one of the What was he in? I know he's in
Captain America: Winter Soldier.
Winter Soldier.
He played like a comms
That's right.
tech.
He was in the Triskelion. Yeah, that was destroyed. Yes.
Let's see. We have Sean Gunn.
That is James Gunn's brother, who is the stand-in for Rocket Raccoon when they shoot.
Oh, okay.
And he's also a character in Guardians of the Galaxy. And for the life of me, I can't remember the name right now, but Kraglin.
Yeah, very good. You got wow. You got all of that.
Thank you.
Tim Heidecker.
Tim Heidecker is in. He's a guide. He's a tour guide of some kind. I can't remember which one.
You got it. Ant-Man and the Wasp.
Ant-Man and the Wasp. Oh, that's it. Yeah, because he's at the San Francisco Harbor. I love those Ant-Man movies.
Whaleboat Captain.
Yes.
He was also in Fantastic Four in 2015. He played Reed Richards' father in a flashback.
Wow.
Ben Falcone and Melissa McCarthy.
Yes. It was a little cameo thing.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember.
They requested it because they love the movie so much.
Which one?
Thor: Love and Thunder.
Oh, that's right. They were in the play.
They were in the Asgardian theater troupe.
Yes.
which
is
funny.
where everybody plays. There's the Hemsworth playing Thor, and
it's funny.
Ben Affleck's there.
Trevor Noah.
This one I'm not sure.
What?
Trevor Noah?
Mm-hmm.
I can't think of it.
Can't place it.
It's it's a voice actor.
It's voice.
Oh,
okay. All right. Well, that's.
So is that Into the Spider-Verse then?
No.
Oh.
He's in Black Panther. He's the voice. So Martin Freeman is flying the plane.
He's the voice of the ship.
Yeah,
He's
I knew
the voice
this. Okay.
of the ship.
Matt Damon is in the Thor movies in the players that do the plays for Asgard in both the third and the fourth one.
And he's also in Deadpool 2.
Yes.
He plays an unrecognizable rambling redneck with a gut and a southern accent and a long wig. And
yes, that's
All
Matt
right.
Damon.
Nathan Fillion.
Nathan Fillion does. I know he does voice work on the first Guardians. He's a prisoner, And he also does another voice bit.
Modoc.
But he's also in, well, it's not MCU. He's in Suicide Squad.
Oh, yeah, they don't list
He
that
is
here.
Arm Fall Off Boy
Well, Suicide Squad is DC.
in the Suicide Squad, which is DC.
Last one, Richard E. Grant.
He is in Loki.
Oh, well, you just got that right.
He is-
Carrie, you did very well.
He
with
is-
this.
He is old Loki.
Yeah. He plays an alternate version of Loki. Yeah. So, wow. Very, very well done, Carrie Jackson.
This ain't paying my bills, is it?
No. Nope.
Nope.
If it was, you'd win.
I'd have to push stuff out of my head to remember these things.
I'm impressed, though.
You did well, too,
I
Katie.
knew
You
some
knew
of them.
some of
There's
them.
a lot of Marvel movies out there.
Mhm.
There are. And they just keep getting better. And we got the new Ant-Man coming up. And, Oh, I'm looking forward to all of these. Well, thank you.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Yeah?
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just
Oh.
checking work here.
Okay.
Just making sure that we're getting all of our stuff taken care of. Yeah, we've got all that and more on the way. We'll crawl towards the exits coming up. Stand
Okay.
by.
Hi, I'm Todd Newcomb, Program Director of X96. We added a ton.
Now, I have a little bit of advice for people for St. Patrick's Day.
Okay.
I saw this online today, and it says these are clever things that you can do.
I bet they're not
for your St. Patrick's Day shenanigans. These are clever captions you could use on Instagram, for instance.
okay.
And I'm saying if you do these things, you're a fool. You should not. Here, St. Patrick's Day captions for friends and loved ones on your Instagram posts. So as you post your stupid Instagram drunken pictures, you should caption them with things like this. I'm not Irish, but kiss me anyway.
No. Don't do that.
This is clever. These are clever things that people have thought up for you because you're not clever. How about this one? Irish, you were here.
Nope.
Never.
No?
No.
How about this one?
Don't use that.
About to get lucky, insert shamrock and wink face emojis.
No.
Lucky me, I have you. No?
I mean, that's just nice. I
Irish
don't mind
whiskey
that one.
makes me frisky.
I do like Irish whiskey.
Oh, yeah.
How about funny St. Patrick's Day captions for eating, drinking, and being Irish? The leprechaun made me do it. Take a picture. It'll last longer. Picture like as in picture of beer.
No,
Okay.
boo.
That is bad.
The patty don't start till I walk in.
That was kind of funny.
It is.
It made me laugh.
The patty don't start till I walk in.
It's a Kesher reference. The patty don't start.
I know. No.
all right.
Okay. Ready to get shamrocked?
No.
No. How about, okay, cute St. Patrick's Day captions for babies and kids.
Oh, okay.
Okay, here we go. I'm telling you, don't use any of these. Little Miss Lucky Charm. So if you put a picture of your
yeah.
kid
This
there.
is like Instagram stuff.
Wee bit of trouble.
Oh.
My little good luck charm.
Yeah.
Okay, Irish blessings and proverbs to use for St. Patrick's Day.
Let's try these. Maybe these.
Wind at your back and road racing.
May your pockets be heavy and your heart be light. May good luck pursue you each morning and night. Well, that's okay.
Okay. A little wordy, but
yeah. How about? Now these are all terrible.
Yeah. What do you do? What are you doing for St. Patrick's Day?
Nothing. I'll
You-
be in
oh,
Las
yeah.
Vegas.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, that's right. Oh, crap.
Oh, my.
Oh, Bill, that's a horrible time to be in Vegas.
You just realized
I
that?
just realized
Oh,
that.
no.
Oh, this is
Now,
bad.
wait a minute.
That's almost like being in Mexico on spring break.
Yeah,
Now,
this
wait.
is bad.
Wait a minute. What?
St.
Yeah, it's
St. Pat's
Sunday.
is Sunday.
I'm gonna wait a minute. It's on Sunday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what exactly am I going to be doing on Sunday? Let me
Oh,
see.
You
this
shouldn't
is
leave
bad.
your,
I'm
don't
gonna
leave your
be-
hotel room.
Yeah, don't leave the pool.
Sunday, I'm going to be. I'm going to be at the Piff, the Magic Dragon show.
It's on Sunday?
Yeah.
Well, then you might be okay if you're at. I just wouldn't be out on the street.
Everybody in the audience is going to be drunk.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Really, really, really
Oh,
drunk.
yeah. Absolutely.
So you should be just
No, well,
so you fit in.
no.
I wouldn't, yeah, don't go to Vegas on St. Patrick's Day
New Year's Eve.
or New Year's. I know I did New Year's in Las Vegas. And, oh, man, what a mess. What
Yeah,
an
no,
absolute mess.
I mean, I didn't even think about that. I just,
Oh, wow.
so
Well, maybe you should take one of those cute sayings with you and
Yeah.
use it.
kiss me, I'm Irish.
Yeah. No.
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 So I will be sober so that I can fend them off.
You take your cudgel.
I have one on my
I
desk.
know. Take it.
I will.
You can beat people away from you as you go through the crowd.
And I wouldn't be sober if I were you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to take, if you're sober, it's going to be worse.
Well, I'm just afraid I won't. I'm just afraid if I'm not sober, I will get in a fight. If I'm drunk, I'll get in a fight.
Stay in your pool.
Yeah, don't get in a fight.
Yeah,
Don't do that.
Because of my defense, my I'll just be.
Your defenses are down.
My defenses are down, and I'll just be. I don't take that kind of crap from anybody. You know. And then I'll get beaten up.
Yeah, you're in trouble.
Here's what Kerry Jackson is doing when he's not on the air.
Well, Kerry, our session is nearly over. So let's get right down to it. What would you say is your biggest problem?
Oh, I'm just a little depressed. I don't know why.
Well, perhaps it's something holding over from your childhood. Tell me about something of your memories from your youth.
Well, one of the distinct memories I have is when my two older brothers were playing basketball in our room, and Peter went up for a layup into the garbage can. Greg didn't block it, and the ball bounced down into the living room and broke Mom's favorite vase. You know, I told him over and over, Mom always says, don't play ball in the house.
Kerry, Kerry,
Yeah?
that was an episode of the Brady Bunch.
Oh. Okay. I do distinctly remember when we almost had to get rid of my dog Tiger because we thought that my sister was allergic to him, but it turned out just to be Tiger's dog
Kerry,
shampoo, and so...
that was also an episode of the Brady Bunch.
Yeah, that's right. I do remember when some bullies at school were picking on my little sister because she had a lisp.
Brady Bunch, Kerry. Brady Bunch.
God, Doctor, you've been right all this time. I have been living in a fantasy world. God, this is so embarrassing.
Is there some sort of traumatic event that happened to cause this?
I never got over the fact that our maid Alice was married to that butcher Sam. God, I wanted her for my own.
Excuse me for just a moment, please. Mrs. Greenlee, could you please send in Mr. Chunga to collect his friend? Kerry's session is now over.
Here's what Bill Allreddy's doing when he's not on the air.
God, Kerry, you must have had a rough session in there. Yeah. It's good to get out into the air and walk around, though. casualty just when I think I have it rough. Look at that poor bum in that dumpster across the street.
Yeah, I see that guy over there all the time. I think he sleeps in the dumpster. He looks kind of familiar, but I just can't place him.
Oh, boy. Looks like Carrie and Chunga across the street. Thank God they didn't spot me. Oh, man. There is some really cool stuff in here today. Wow! A tuna can! Oh, cool. I think there's some tuna in it.
Uh, 9:54. Just real quick here before we crawl towards the exits. Jennifer Coolidge, who was just recently shooting a movie called Shotgun Wedding
with Jennifer Lopez.
Yeah.
Jennifer Lopez and
I saw a trailer for that last night.
Lenny Kravitz is also in it. And they were talking about it while they were promoting it, and it was shot in the Dominican Republic during the pandemic, which means they had to live on the island while they were filming and everything. So they were spending a lot of time with each other. She said it's a very sexy place.
It's sexy.
To make a film. We had a blast. It was a really cool group of people. Lenny Kravitz had a room that you could see from my balcony.
Oh?
It was like zeroed in on it somehow. The point of view was just on Lenny's balcony. I saw everything.
Oh.
He does have a guitar, but he also has a boombox with the best music. I was hoping he would give it to me, one of those tapes. He's so sexy. I'm going to ask him tonight for a tape. He's here tonight. I'm going to ask him for a lot of things. So, yeah. No. Okay.
What?
Yeah, just... She,
it would be difficult to not have feelings for Lenny Kravitz if you had that access to him.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
You're saying that if you had a room across from Lenny Kravitz, that...
It'd be, well, she couldn't help it. It's right there.
You're saying that you couldn't help.
Well, it would be difficult to avert my eyes.
He is a very good-looking man, though.
Yes. And I follow, I mean, I've seen pretty much everything. I follow him on Instagram, and he's not shy about posting pictures.
He's so sexy. Didn't you meet him?
I met him, yeah.
Yeah, you met him, and he smelled like pot, right?
Oh, I had just had a backstage meet and greet experience with him. He played at a Bravenel Hall of all places.
Oh, interesting.
And we had a meet and greet in the back where you take pictures.
Mm-hmm.
And I was standing right next to him, and he put his arm around me, and that side of my body smelled like pot for the rest of the night. I mean, and you know how long it takes to take a picture.
Yeah.
You know, okay, cheese, okay, next. I'm like, oh, I have Lenny.
That's hilarious.
All over.
He's very sexy. So sexy. Oh.
Maybe she smoked a lot with him, and that's why she fell for him.
I don't know.
Can she smoke with those lips?
I can do lots of things.
Yeah. I like that you now have a Jennifer Coolidge.
Well, I had to I had to pivot to my Jennifer Coolidge impression because my Selena Gomez wasn't working out.
You tried.
I tried.
Just never.
Just didn't work out. All right, let's do the promo and crawl towards the exit, shall we?
Yes.
On Friday's Radio from Hell show, I know we'll have movie reviews with Sean Means.
And I know we'll be having another drink with Jimmy the Wine Guy.
But will Bill be back?
Is he fine? Just fine, Frank?
Let me go check. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye. All right.
It's a quick one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think we got all business, right?
I think so, yeah.
Fine job as always, Katie.
Thank you.
And you guys as well. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate you guys.
Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who Bill is?
Hopefully he'll be back tomorrow. Feel better, Bill.
Marcy is next.
X96. 1 hour nonstop.